Sorry for all the noise on the mic. I'm just trying to straighten this up. Get this in a good position. But what's up, everybody? How are we doing today? Alexa, play Mercules. What? Let's see if this is a happy little accident. See who this guy is. Never heard of Marcus P. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. What's up,
hey, Joe.
fellows?
Didn't even hear you say nothing to the squad when you got on, man.
Yeah, well, I was gonna spend some time in the oh shit, wrong button.
Oh yeah.
Firing range, so
Get a little warm up.
I figured I would let y'all know.
All right. Well, we're just going in a game, so that'll probably be like enough time. Yeah.
You'd think so, except I just turned my TV off by accident. So now, there we go.
Look here.
Let me know if that music's too loud. What up?
Seems good.
You know they.
What's up, Joe?
What's going on?
We've just been playing maybe a half hour, so we won a game.
Nice.
Yeah.
No gun.
I got your back.
Hell yeah. Oh shit.
Oh no.
Well, Joe, you might want to give us one more game. I picked up a gun and it just wasn't in time to. I wasn't man enough to use it in time.
Well, admitting that is the first step.
Right. Hey, why don't you send me, like, next time you get a good game you want a clip, why don't you send me the film of the whole game and let me try
Do the editing and shit.
highlights with that. Yeah.
Sure, that is a bit different. I could probably figure that out. Because I don't think I can get a whole game.
Or, I mean, whatever. Or just clips. Just all the separate clips, whatever. And I could cut them down. Just all the kills is what I'm saying.
That I can do. I mean, I don't even know how much space that would be. Could I
Probably.
Yeah, I don't
email
either,
that
yeah.
much?
Yeah, probably pretty big.
Yeah, for a whole like 4-hour session.
Oh no, I mean just one game. I mean, just whatever, a
Yeah,
good
but
game.
still, even like a 20-minute,
But either one.
20-minute video. I mean, how long?
Yeah.
How much space would that take up?
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty big. It'd probably be like 500 megs or
Would
something.
that be? Could I even send that much over email, or like would I have to like?
Not over email. You probably could.
UPS
You'd
it
probably
to me?
post it on Facebook and I could download it or something. but yeah, just clips are fine. I was just saying like I guess I'm just saying something
Alright,
that
teammates not
that you
pinging
can, like,
anything.
put something together.
Oh
Teammates on
god,
your
yeah.
fucking planet.
Yeah, where I can edit it and something that would make it a more compelling clip to cut out the filler or whatever.
Okay. I mean, so many of my games that I have, like 4 kills or more, there is so much dead space between them. But if I'm lucky, it's like 2 kills and 2 kills within a minute. They're like the first 2 kills are like within 60 seconds of each other, and the last 2 kills are within 60 seconds of each other. And I can make 2 decent clips, but not usually the case.
Yeah. I'm about dead over here, but I got one other dude dead and one dude about dead. Oh shit, nades. They're getting their buddy up right here.
Alright, I'm following somebody right now.
Alright, I'm just trying to crawl away.
Alexa, play Sons of Anarchy soundtrack.
Sons of Anarchy, music inspired by the TV series by various artists on Amazon Music.
What the fuck? How the fuck did you get all the way up there? What? Oh, god damn it, man. I heard all that climbing. I thought she was down in the crack.
Joe, is your aim honed to a razor's edge yet?
Not quite. It's definitely at least a rusty spoon.
Yeah, I'll still do some damage. Tetanus sets in. That'll get him eventually.
Yeah, I played.
You want to play
yeah,
or
I'll
you
play.
want to warm up a little more? Alright, I'm gonna PO you right back.
Alright. So just slide, jump, slide, shoot.
Are you practicing sliding and
Yeah,
shooting?
with the sentinel. So I run and I slide towards one of the gaps, jump, slide, and then during the second slide, I try to shoot one of the dummies.
Yeah, that would be cool if you could pull it off in the game. Slide past, one shot him with a sentinel.
I mean, the sentinel becomes viable if I can, in between shots, like while I'm using the bolt, the lever, I could remember to like slide or jump and do stuff. Just like fire while it's doing the bolt thing, jump and slide.
I'll have to keep track of.
Yeah. But if I can just like make it become second nature, so like shoot, or even like if I'm reloading, get in the same habit of with reloads where I do stuff like that.
Yeah, eventually it'll just automatically happen. Yeah, like muscle memory.
I see.
Yeah, so let me add to what I said about the clips. It doesn't matter if it's from one game or multiple games. If you just send me a bunch of clips of kills, however you want it, I can string them. I mean, however many you want from whenever, you know, and string them together.
I was thinking about getting like Google Drive as well, because when I was looking into the iPads, I was looking at like how much space I actually need. Like, do I really need to spend the money and get like a big storage iPad, or could I get like the cheapest one, which is like 32 gigs? And in one of the videos, guy was like, well, what I do is I have this iPad Pro, which comes with like 64 gigs, but then I also pay for Google Drive, and he's like, and it's like $2 a month for like 100 gigs or something. I'm like, oh shit, well, if it's...
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap. Where do you want to go, Joe? You're not missing.
That one.
Okay.
Battle lies below.
You think about getting Google Drive?
Yeah, I mean, if it's really that cheap, like, it's almost silly not to have it.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Because that was
storage.
one of the issues that, to get like clips off of Xbox, was I needed like something like that. Oh, I just got poles. And I just got a P2020.
Oh shit, I'm running towards you. I thought we were on the...
Somebody's
Mozambique.
upstairs. Alexa, turn it down.
Alright.
Alright. Alright, I'm ready to rock. I don't know where he went. Oh, he went this way.
Oh, he's on the...
Oh, he's underneath, yeah.
one over here. Oh,
Oh shit.
there's one on the stairs on this
Okay,
end.
come in.
I was trying to
Come
flank
over.
him. There's 2 or 3 people around here now.
And that's what the... Oh shit.
There's somebody else. What? There was. Oh no! I'm getting smoked. I gotta heal up and shit. I'm dying here. Oh, that was yours. My bad, yeah.
There is somebody...
Take what you need.
Yeah. Shit, I don't have any...
Yeah, I have no heals.
Oh, someone's shooting me. I don't have any... Oh, shield cells.
There's somebody else. There's somebody else.
Behind you.
Yeah, there's mad more.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
there's still somebody else.
No. Oh, you
Yeah.
were kicking ass. That's...
I just got the kill leader award or message right before I died.
Oh. Way to go. That was... You were kicking ass. I can't believe there was a third motherfucker after all that fighting.
No, that was like, I saw at least 3 more people running in the back. Maybe it was a homing squad. There was a lot more coming.
I mean, that was kind of a far jump. I don't know what was blue, but...
It wasn't that.
Yeah, that wasn't blue. Yeah, but I don't know how close the blue was. But like, I mean, that was a far trip.
Yeah. Well, whoever was like at airbase or whatever else, they probably just heard all the fighting and came over.
And you're like, damn, somebody is wrecking kids with a mastiff. I want to go see this.
Now this match is gonna be extravagant, that's it. Let's have fun, friend. Join me, fellow fighter. Fight strong.
Introducing your champion.
Let's do the blue shit.
All right.
Where's
the same
that
thing as
place we
blue a
end
few
up
games
by
ago.
the end? I don't know. Maybe it's a different place I'm thinking of.
Follow the leader. Heard that.
I guess I'd go up top here. I don't really know where to land.
I don't either, really. I'm going. We're all in one of the adjacent buildings. I mean, kind of adjacent. Joe, you might want to mark that shirt.
Oh shit, okay. Gracias.
Hemlock here.
Now, are we the only people that came here? That would be crazy.
Oh, here's a closer one. Maybe so.
Lately, the blue's been empty. There's a purple bolt
Yeah,
for it.
I think that-
Blue's been empty a few times recently. Like people are afraid or some shit.
Dropping a flat line here.
Flatline here.
Oh, mastiff. Oh, shit. Oh, there's actually a mastiff here.
You saw that purple
Yeah,
bolt
I'm,
too,
taking,
right?
I'm dropping the 99 here.
Armor down here. Extended
Yeah, I
light
just dropped
mag
one
here.
too.
Level 1.
I'm gonna grab this blue shirt before that disappears. I can cancel. Nope.
Let's go this
Cancel
way.
that
Don't forget
one.
that.
Somebody's grappling? Is
That's me.
I think 72 shotgun bullets are good enough.
There's another purple bolt. If you want to be
I
like
think so.
double mastiff guy.
I think that's as much fun as that would be.
Massive mastiffs.
Mastiff
I
with the
didn't mean to
mastiff,
pick that up.
man.
Or
Hop up here.
all this.
Select fire. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Oh, here's 60 light rounds if anybody wants it.
Ring is close.
I'm good. I pretty loaded up with it.
Oh, treasure
Alright.
chest.
I could use some
Yeah,
heavy.
I can drop you a heavy.
Yeah, I haven't seen
I
heavy.
can drop here.
Right now, it's only my second gun, so you can
Here,
have that.
there's 40 or 60, 40 I think it was. Oh, here's more.
There he goes, yeah. There's another
There's
20
more
right there.
heavy right in here.
Oh, take it.
Heavy ammo here.
There you go, take it.
Heavy ammo here.
Wow, how much? 3 boxes? I'll take one of those.
Heavy for days.
Could use like a.
I'll bring you these 2 other boxes, Rick.
Hemlock here. Syringe here.
There's some, that shit.
Level 2.
Need me a helmet.
Any heavy clips anywhere?
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
I've only
I haven't
found
any. I
one.
don't have one either.
Oh, here you go. Well, yeah, but just take it.
That's plenty. I can't.
No, that's enough.
carry
I
that
got-
extra 20.
Okay, okay.
Sound like gunshots are back here. And nobody saw any extra optics yet,
No.
right? I haven't seen any yet.
No, I've
yeah,
only
I have a
found
circle
one
sight. I
optic.
can give it. If that'll.
Mine's a 2 to 4 anyway.
Shank ya.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Yeah, I hear that shit popping.
Going down.
Battle stabilizer here.
Actually, I'm gonna take that heavy ammo. Start building up again.
Thermite grenades here.
Apparently, the battle just ended over here.
Oh, was this season 5 the update where all scout characters can access the things like Pathfinders?
Oh, I
Back
don't know.
behind this building or some shit.
I haven't even.
I don't know. I do remember hearing about
Tried,
that,
I
but I'm
don't
not
guess.
sure what happened with it.
Treasure pack.
Oh, on that roof right here.
Oh yeah.
Troops to the rescue.
Storm's coming in.
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. Getting hurt. Real enemy down.
Ooh. Oh shit. Coming,
There's
coming.
caustic left. I got these two.
Caustic is down.
Got the caustic.
Hell yeah.
Alright. Load up on heals. Because we're gonna have to run a
There's
long
no
fucking
heals
way.
left. There's no heals in this box.
Oh, none in this guy's shit.
Where's the
Oh,
other
here's an
box?
extended
right here.
heavy and light mag.
I got fucking used. Well, yeah, used.
I gotta go.
Alright.
Oh, where's that? Oh, there it is.
No health here. Alright. How far do we have to go? Oh, insane far. Cool.
Here's a zip line to a balloon. The way I'm going.
Oh, fuck.
Does anybody have any shield cells? I only have 2.
That's what I got.
Yeah, I got 4 little ones.
Well, no big deal. I'll find some.
I'm following the line, like over in the direction of that blue shit
Fuck, I
shooting up
wonder if
into
I
the
should
sky.
just ran straight in.
I am repairing myself.
Oh, I should. Yeah, I forgot that the gold gives you.
Yeah, there's a blue.
Yeah, Zero, you can. Yeah, do that swap. Yeah, there you go. Forgot that the little ones heal the double when you have gold. I forgot about that. So
Oh shit, there's a fight. Oh, we're on the edge of the circle now. There's a fight ahead of us over this hill. There's a circle side in that little building right behind me.
alright, I gotta heal up.
Oh shit,
Found a couple
it's
used.
popping off.
We're not healed up.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm not rushing them. I was kind of taking pot shots.
Is distant.
Okay, I see a shield up there.
Shield up here. Just gotta pass myself.
Oh shit. Fuck. Fucking controller batteries. God damn it. Be right back.
Targets over there. I am taking fire. One sec, healing up.
I'm back.
Alright.
Didn't even warn me.
I am taking fire, friends.
Ooh.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Well, they have some far gun. You want? We'll go around the other way.
Oh,
Which
shit.
way are you
Okay.
talking about? To the right?
This way.
Might as well, yeah. I don't think we got a good chance
Not
charging
really.
them
Any
either.
cover there. Yeah. We have no more.
I think I have one.
Yeah, I'm
So-
healed.
Yeah, no, I gotta finish it.
Oh, they're fighting somebody else now, I think. Good
Good.
shit.
And then I'm out of shield heals.
Maybe we can find some shit in here.
Rings close. One more minute.
I can drop you some. There. There's 4.
I could use one.
The ring isn't giving my
Oh yeah, each one of them does like double for Joe. You want to go get involved in this fight? Now we can play
Oh,
party.
okay, sure.
Is it up around
No,
this
Oh,
he's
he's
thing,
been
here.
or-
healing somebody.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Only 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, we
Right here.
decided to go the other way. Coming up.
Coming. Almost to you, almost to you.
Frag out.
Oh,
Got another one.
down here.
Where's
down here.
one
Down here.
attacking Joe? Coming, coming. Broke her shield.
I need to get my shit. Fucked up.
Quit running.
What, she just healed up? Fuck! Oh, behind that goddamn pillar.
We just eliminated the whole
Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm here. Check it out. Care package coming in.
Oh fuck. This is like the big.
I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
yeah.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
fuck.
Fuck.
Okay. I'm throwing this at... Oh, goddamn, I fell.
I don't have any big heals, so I might die. Do you have a zip line?
Oh, my
if you can get to
God.
this hill and slide down it.
I can't...
Oh, ZR, you got the quick heal thing, so I'm gonna run in. Maybe you can. Yeah, I should make it. You don't have any heals, dude?
I'm gonna fucking die. I'm
Do
coming
you
to
not
you,
have
I'm
any
coming
health
to you.
heals?
I don't have any health heals on popping time. I was trying to go back and get Joe, and I didn't. I thought he was still in the building, but he wasn't. So I was running out and trying to get to the fucking heal shit, and all I had was syringes.
Well, with the gold thing, syringes do like twice as much with a little one.
Yeah, I'll
That's even better than a med kit in your case. That would have been perfect. But
I'm
how
gonna try
far
to
is-
go get.
let's see if I can
I got
find
a
any
med
more
kit in my
heals.
box.
I only have
If
one
not,
syringe.
You won't have time to loot it, but...
I do have a few.
All right, I'm gonna get your ammo for
No,
you.
don't worry
and-
about that. You're gonna die.
dude,
Get out of there.
dude,
You're gonna
yeah,
die.
you're
Oh,
gonna
shit.
die. Yeah, you're dead.
Oh
now,
God!
dude.
Oh God!
You shouldn't. Yeah.
God fucking
No,
damn!
you can try to crawl here, but. Go near the zip line.
Yeah, if you could-
Whatever you do, go near the zip line, and I'll pick up your
It'd
box.
be
That's the
cool
only
if you
thing I
could
can really
come.
do.
Well, you could come in the storm and revive me, but it's not going to work now.
it's
Just
too
go
late
back.
now,
Just go
probably.
back.
I don't have any more heals after that, so. Well, I got this one syringe. So if I revived you, then I probably would die. Fuck. Alright, where can I go? There's only one left.
I
in the
guess that's
circle.
the. Yeah, that's the.
Straight through here? Fuck, dude. That's where all the gunshots are coming from.
I just heard a Loba thing to
Ah,
your left, I think.
Cool. Yeah. I wasn't sure what that was. Yep. 100% people in this building. Yep. I hear it. A little bit shit again. Alright, this is really small. I would suggest maybe running somewhere else to loot. I don't know. Or you can check here. I'll send my decoys out so they're all distracted. I'll look around. I'm gonna run back to these buildings, see if
A squad just went
maybe
down.
there's guns in them. Nothing. I can give somebody my one gun.
Maybe.
P2020.
I'll take that P2020.
There's a sharp back here. Here's a scout. Here you go. It's a mastiff, Joe. All right, so here you go. So come here. Here's 95 light ammo. Oh well, there's some here too. So there's a scout grenade. There's another grenade for somebody. A shirt, and then that other thing's right there, the mastiff. And here's the Eva. R45. Someone can use that. Oh, we got 1 minute. There's a bin here.
I got 20 heavy.
Blue light mag, heavy rounds, wingman.
Less than 1 minute. The ring is not far.
You don't mind me taking that
No, go
scout,
ahead.
do you, Joe?
Good. I got RE45 and
All right.
the Mastiff.
Go ahead and get the light clip.
Oh, and let me give you some shield cells. You guys have
no,
any?
I don't have anything.
No, I ain't got any heals.
Ring is near.
There you go. I got 2 for each of you.
Go.
No, nobody needs the heavy. Alright, I'll take
No.
it.
Take
I
that
picked-
light
I
clip.
picked
Alright,
one up out
we
of
got
the
19
thing.
seconds. We got to start moving.
Oh, okay.
2 other squads. How do we get over this? Oh,
10 seconds.
we gotta go here,
The ring is
right?
close.
They're over there.
Oh
Last
shit,
2
they're
squads.
fighting.
They're shooting the people across the street though.
That's a decoy. Don't shoot this
Yeah,
dude.
there's people on the right side of
Okay.
the street. I think.
And they just lobe it up to this highest point.
Explore this way.
Somebody
Yeah,
did.
we should be clean up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One squad.
One squad. Oh shit! Let's go.
Oh, there we go.
Alright.
They're getting somebody up.
Getting somebody up.
They're up on the roof.
Oh, they're outside. Okay.
Somebody just, two down.
Shit. Fuck, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Where's he at?
How am I hitting them for like 13 bullets?
Yeah.
The best.
Sweet.
Come back from what
was a
definitely
nice
should have been a
comeback.
loss.
They're pretty. Yeah.
You are the Apex
That's pretty
champions.
sweet.
Yeah. Dub action. Good, man. Be right back.
Got the first piece of the mystery
Oh.
shit. Let me see what that tells me to do.
Oh, it's not unlocked yet.
What? Why are they gonna give it to me and keep it locked?
Yeah, it was doing last night. Like it told me more than once I had it, and Grim said it was telling him every game now he has it. Like he picked up his 5th piece tonight, and he said it's like telling him every game.
So you can catch up. You can buy missed treasure packs. You can collect 1 treasure pack per day in regular Apex matches. If you fall behind, you can also purchase up to the current day. There are 45 treasure packs to get this season. So
Well, you have to use the
yeah,
gold
25
currency.
gold currency will give me 1 treasure pack, and I'll get 3,000 CP. No, thank you. Not worth. Although I do have a lot of the gold currency, so still not gonna do it.
Wait, did you say something was 3,000 CP?
Yeah, I would get 3,000 CP for getting the treasure pack. That's what I. If I played, I guess yesterday, the treasure pack I just got today would have gave me 3,000 CP, which is your.
Oh wait, is CP the red shit?
No, CP is like your challenge points, like the stuff you get from the challenges.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's
Gotcha.
garbage stuff.
Pure Garbo.
I'll see you.
Do you?
Yo. You guys want to play a little ranked?
Look out for some Ranko.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Gotta get rid of these red dots. No more red dots.
Red dots everywhere.
Alright,
You
you guys
anti-Indian?
still silver 2 or whatever? Or silver 1?
No, we're gold.
The old
Oh, really?
4.
Mhm.
You were 2 levels behind, or 1 level behind, or
Yeah, I was
whatever.
1 level behind. So now I'm 2 levels behind. Oh no.
Step your game
Oh
up.
no.
Just joking.
The All-Father will gift us today.
I'll be catching up today though, fellows. Mellows, fellows.
So it's about time that, we do some fighting.
Get that gold.
I'm going platinum.
Yeah, that last team that we beat, probably so mad.
Yeah, no doubt.
They like beat that whole team, and then we just rushed and tear them to shreds.
I couldn't even see the motherfucker through all the smoke. Like I couldn't tell if I was looking at you or a decoy or an enemy.
Yeah.
Like I just saw like what looked like a whatever, a mirage running around in the smoke, and like I was missing him, and I have
I
no
think he
idea.
had like the default
The other
skin
two had
on.
really low health. They were super easy to kill.
I think he had like the yellow and whatever.
Better lies below.
Oh yeah, I couldn't even tell it was through. He was like running through the smoke, and I just saw his like kind of shadowy outline. What'd you say about easier to kill, Grim?
Oh, the first 2 of them, they were like, well, one of them just
Oh.
got res, and then the next one, she was like, really easy to kill. Shit, I think my controller batteries are low. My controller.
Yeah,
just
mine
stopped
died
vibrating.
without even warning me.
Well, I'm sure. Oh, you didn't get a thing yet.
No, yeah, I
Okay.
got one last game.
Next ring is not close.
Okay.
If you miss these, you can buy packs. Just tried to like sell me a pack for 25 gold thing.
Oh yeah, I noticed that today. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my shit. I think nobody's here yet.
Optics here. Close range.
I'll gladly put that on my massive when I find it.
Open supply bin over here.
See the threat, eliminate the threat.
Oh, mastiff time! Oh, yeah,
Level 3 shotgun bolt.
Oh, hell
Blast.
yeah, bruh.
Backpack here. Level 2. Shield cell here.
Yeah, not having heals last game like fucked me up. I had some syringes, but I had no shield cells.
Health heals. Oh no, yeah, shield cells.
And I'm trying a new tactic I've seen in
Optics here.
like good players. They'll carry like mostly shields.
99 here.
And they'll disengage before their health takes damage.
Or it
Yeah.
goes all the way down.
So they'll disengage and shield up.
The ring is distant.
Was that up there the whole time, Zero?
Frag grenade here.
It was in an
Straight
unopened
from there.
bin.
Oh, I missed the bin, I guess.
The ring is quite far. There is not much time left.
How the fuck do you get over there from here? You just can't.
Just walk down where you're going, and then up to your right.
Okay, we have far run. There's a balloon over here by me, though.
It's weird how they make this like you can take this bridge over here, but like
Heavy ammo here.
you have to go like way over there to get to the next crossing.
Yeah.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Too much. Too much. No, we gotta run really far.
Use the map as your guide. The ring is moving. R301 here.
They might have 0 health heals. We got mad little shield cells.
That's what I have. I don't think. I did it for some years. Actually, never mind. But yeah, I got a bunch of shield cells.
Wow, that's a super far run.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Extended heavy ammo here.
Incoming
New
care
kill
package.
leader.
I love loot.
Someone's gotta take out the new
You don't have any syringes, Grim? You don't. You
No.
got some on that platform right there. Thing for you.
There's 2 shield cells.
There's that
Nobody wants them.
Purple heavy mag there, Grim, in that little building.
Select fire.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
We wanted to push over to that balloon over there. A little bit out of the way, but another
There's a
balloon.
jump tower over there.
Oh no, we don't have time. We don't
I'm
have time,
following
never mind.
you though.
I didn't realize this
Okay,
one was that
okay.
close. Hostilities.
Yeah, there's a bin that was open
Yeah,
right here.
bins up here open.
Optics here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
I'm dropping a USOT for that.
Here. Close range.
Yeah, use that. I'm dropping a circle. I don't know what's it.
Good.
Yeah, Chibs, you stink, bud.
Supply bin there.
Yeah, shit's all empty. Just gonna try to find a prowler.
Syringe here.
Hemlock here.
At this rate, I'm gonna use up the syringes I'm just getting.
Okay.
I got 3 now. I just really can't get burned. I gotta save some.
We're almost there.
I hear some shooting.
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know if somebody just died a minute ago or not. I thought I saw something flash, but it didn't look red. Yeah, there we go. One less squad.
Somebody just dropped off. There's people. There's 2 people up there.
On that middle level.
Yeah.
Oh, I see him. Okay. You want to push him?
They're dropping off, I think. Yeah. They dropped like down
Enemy spotted.
up that side.
Okay.
But there's somebody right here in the field, I think. Unless it's a decoy.
Careful
Oh no, okay, it's gone. No, 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 it's gone. It must have been a decoy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no, there is.
oh,
something.
close.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a decoy.
Oh.
No, I just want to see what would happen if you ping a hologram.
Oh, I don't know if that's a
It
hologram.
is. It's like running into that rock.
I see somebody. They're in
Okay.
here. They're in there looting. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody's about to come out that door.
Just ran out the door on the right side.
Oh shit.
Shit.
Yeah, there's two over here.
Got one down. Oh, one behind us too. God damn it.
Can't tell who's
See,
who.
I'm telling you, the ultimate's good.
Yeah, it's
Fuck.
that new ultimate. I hate it like twice as much as the old one.
Yeah.
It's fucking terrible when you're on the receiving end of it.
Then that fast guy, when he jukes back and forth in front of you, it's like fucking impossible to shoot him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep telling me I got that first piece, but don't let me do anything with it.
Yeah, it keeps telling me after every game.
Alexa, play Snow the Product.
Shuffling songs by Snow the Product on Amazon Music.
Boom, 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 boom.
I accept the challenge. I'm ready for this. I am so ready for this. I am extremely ready for this. Are we ready? Wanna fly, compadre? Let's fly.
Introducing your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen. I'll meet your master, which should go
All right.
safe.
Alright, where do we want to go?
Whatever you're feeling.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's catch a mo by the toe.
I love this part! Yeah!
Got a squad with us. Fuck. Fuck.
I can be only one fast guy, bitch. Oh, she got a massive. I'm out of bullets.
Can't see
I'm out
him.
of
I can't
bullets.
see him.
I'm down.
I'm waiting until she comes out of the damn smoke. I can't see a fucking thing.
Nice.
Got her.
Something like that. Whole squad. I got you, friend.
Nice.
And I'm back in the
This guy took all my fucking.
There's that mastiff.
Yes. Yes, please. Here was it? No, it's 3x. I'll take those shotgun bullets though.
mid-range.
Damn, I can't believe how little shit was in this whole
Where's
freaking not jack shit in here. In that, in this purple box over here, dude.
Might be something good this way.
Oh, what? What? That's weird. It was scrolled down. I thought it was only.
Gotta hop
That's
up.
weird.
Mozambique
Okay.
here. Healing.
Oh,
This
what's
is
that
too
blue
long.
thing over there? Out of bullets, I guess.
Hey, not
Oh,
bad.
I've been muted this whole time. I've been talking. I'm like, I just said it's sniper ammo. Like, why not listening to Joe? I'm like, you get this Phoenix? Get that drop for you? You're like, not answering. I'm like, all right. Guess y'all want to tell me you got the Phoenix
Yeah,
kit.
man. That's what happens when you want to keep secrets from us.
Me and mom just talking to myself.
Can I get some of that? Light up this here.
Shotgun ammo up here.
Oh, a
2X.
2X. Fudge it. Oh, wait. Whatever, I'll slip it in. I thought I had a 301. I have a alternator.
Prowler SMG here.
You can have a, oh no, never mind, I don't have it. Oh, I got a purple shotgun bolt.
Fudge, yes.
Level 3.
Oh, shit.
Fudge.
There's a Prowler. I didn't mean to ping.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
Got one from that first shit.
What's this stuff over here?
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Where you want to go?
I'll go see what's up in bunker.
Sure.
Nah, sure.
I had a shotgun that wants to check in with some fools.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Heavy ammo right there.
Oh yeah. Somebody's been in bunker.
A pistol.
I've been bunking it up. I need a select fire.
Okay.
I just realized you guys
Alright.
probably didn't hear me the
Zero,
first
grab
time I
that
said it.
blue. Grab that blue.
Oh, I didn't see that shit.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point. Sniper stock here. Level 3.
Oh, I hear a drone, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Stop looking at me! Fuck you doing? Oh, there's people up there. That's where they are.
Getting shot at.
Oh, damn.
Coming here.
Did like 75 damage, whatever the fuck that was. Oh shit.
Oh,
If I didn't down that fucker, I
No
hurt him
way.
real bad.
Just fucking shoot my shields.
Oh fuck, I got no shield.
oh, the drone's in here with
Damn.
us. Drone's gone.
Nades.
Oh god, I'm fucked up. Oh god,
down,
Zero,
one
grenades
down.
behind you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. One down.
People are shooting from behind us.
Frag out.
We're about to get pinched. We need
Shit.
to push somebody.
Fuck, yeah, I guess we were pushed out.
Oh, there's one left. There's one left.
Yeah, we're being sniped at though.
Oh, we're being double pinched.
I need to go heal. I'm gonna die if I take any damage. I'm down. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh no! God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Fuck, man.
3 squads. Damn, we killed
Oh,
2
yeah,
squads
that's
and we're
right.
still negative? What the fuck?
Really? We're being
shouldn't let-
still?
I was like, I think, hold up, I think I was 4 points negative. Dude, if
Yep.
everybody on your fucking team
No, I got
has
16.
2 kills.
I got 16.
Oh, okay. Yeah, why the fuck did I get -4? I got 2
I don't know.
kills, I got
It said
no
originally
assists, though.
negative. Oh, I had 2 assists. That's probably why.
Yeah, I got 8
Damn it.
positive. It's the second game in a row I got 8 positive. And you know how it shows you like what you got the previous match? Like it brings up a score and then it loads the new score. It was positive
Yeah.
8 from like
Oh,
2 days
okay,
ago
yeah.
also.
Oh, I'll be right back, Pete.
zone.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
Introducing your champion.
Super Masters.
I'm eating chips, so I gotta
back.
mute it so it's not all loud.
Okay.
Looks fun over there. Loud and clear.
Oh yeah. I'll run off. When the enemies see us, they run off.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey,
I hear enemies. I got no. Okay, I got a gun. 2020.
Looking up the center, it sounds like. Oh,
There's a
somebody's
shed
right here
here.
on me. They just opened my door and shut it again.
alright, I got P2020.
I've really heard a couple of people
Oh,
here
no.
in this hallway. He's putting gas traps everywhere.
Oh, I down one dude, but the other guy came and got me. So get him up, Joe. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Got him.
Oh, right there.
There's a
Oh,
toss.
hallway. Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh, we just got pulsed by somebody? Yeah, new
well,
squad.
somebody
yeah,
killed the
new squad's
caustic.
here. Shit.
Uh,
Oh shit, right here.
damn it. Yeah.
Ah, me, man. Damn.
Oh. Fuck me.
Fuck me,
Mm-hmm.
It's a fuck me, balls.
Fuck you. I fuck me.
Who's a fucking meatballs? Stop a fucking meatballs.
Always the meatballs.
I have to cook just right. It's like warm meatballs.
I saw
Warm apple
IKEA
pie.
release their meatball recipe. I've never been to an IKEA, but I hear the meatballs are good.
Fantastic. I haven't had them in a long time.
I have heard,
But
but
last time I had them, they were super good.
I never had them. I think I've only been to IKEA
But
once.
Swedish
too.
meatballs in general are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had Swedish meatballs. I probably have. I probably had like a microwave version. I thought about making some. I mean, like it's IKEA themselves released the recipe, you know. It's like
Like
ground
they're
pork,
selling it?
ground beef.
Or they just gave
No,
the
it's
recipe
just-
out.
It was just a charity thing for the
Everything's gonna be great.
lockdown
Nice.
event.
That's what I keep telling myself.
Mm.
But
That's
yeah,
cool.
they released the recipe. I'd like to try them.
This is your champion.
I'm the jump master. Jump master here. Good thing my buddies and I aren't afraid of heights.
My bad, I didn't realize you weren't in. I would have not.
Alright, fine.
I gave it up because I've been jump master with, I think, every game tonight.
Follow the leaders.
Every
that's me.
game.
Or not, whatever. Check out over there.
Definitely the last 17 games.
Oh, did I show you the secret area yet, Joe?
No, what's he doing?
It's like a cliffside thing. Like, you know those big vent covers that you can't open yet? You open it with a button from underneath. You can get there by like jumping off the edge and just being really careful and landing there, or you can fly there.
No, I don't know anything about vent covers.
Yeah, they're like in the woods laying around.
In here? In this area?
No, it's by like
What woods?
new weird shit.
First fatality. Let the games begin.
Did I say
Yeah.
woods?
At least that's what I thought you said.
Oh, there's vent covers
Yeah,
in the
but
woods.
like what woods?
Yeah, there's vent covers in the woods. I did say that.
Okay, so this isn't the woods. What woods?
You know we're in the middle of the map how like the road goes down like a ditch, and there's like some boxes by
Oh,
trucks
this
and
door's
shit.
open.
Oh shit.
No, I don't know.
I think I was in that building. I think.
Okay.
I need a bag.
Shit. I might have just saw one in there.
Closed door here.
I don't know.
New kill leader. Show off.
Yo, enemies over here.
No. Oh yeah. Yep. Loba's in my building.
Somebody lobed near you, Joe.
Hopefully they still are.
I thought you was you, Zero. I thought you were in the building.
Come
I
on,
think I
Zero.
was, but-
Always with the pretend you're an enemy.
Yeah, their accuracy is not that
All
good.
the
They,
time.
That
yeah,
one's
they're
down.
good. I got stuck on the environment. Here's a bag right here.
Up on that roof.
One is
by
on
that
the roof,
bin.
one's like down there.
Taken to
Another
the
one's right there.
trees.
The ring is a far distance. 1 minute remains.
I'm gonna go after the guy in
Okay,
there.
I'm running.
Oh, how do I get up there? Here. Okay.
He's upstairs. He's upstairs.
Ring isn't very close.
Or he was. I thought he was.
What the fuck?
Loba is coming over to you guys.
Oh.
Stuck.
I broke his shield.
Coming.
Fuck. Got you, bitch. God damn. Other one right here.
Bitch, suck on them
Yeah.
toes. Suck on them toes.
Put a hemlock in there if you want it.
I got a hemlock.
I got one if one of y'all want that.
R99 is
I'm dropping 2 syringes and 2 shield cells.
Put a Bernie stick in there.
Thermite grenade here.
Where's the other box?
If we find some spare heavy, I could really.
Yeah, where is the other
Who
side?
killed the Loba?
I downed her somewhere closer, like over in this area, but I don't know where the fuck she's at. I didn't go for the. Oh, here it is.
Shield cells here. Incoming care package. I love them.
Oh no, fucking. Here you go.
You want any heals? Oh, thanks. I don't have any.
What was that?
The Wraith portal.
What
in
does
the
that
sky.
sound?
People coming out of that shit. Where was that circle site? Oh, how the fuck did we get up here? Is this a thing? I don't know. Yeah, it worked. So just so you know, you see what I just did there? I didn't know you could. You can climb up on these spikes and get up this wall.
Oh, that's cool.
Good to know.
Optics here. Mid-range.
No master, you're gonna make me run energy this game. Shit, the walls here. We got to go, bro.
Was it 9-9? Fuck. Alright, yeah. Yeah, we can get through this crack.
Oh shit. Alright. I'll meet you.
Good shit. That's what.
Do you want to get? Is this where that door is? To the labs? You want to go in the labs and then fly from there?
Sure.
Me.
Oh, who's flying is that, Joe?
Ooh, Mastiff.
I got a blue bolt. I'm putting the blue bolt right before the portal.
Okay. I actually got a blue bolt.
Shotgun
Oh,
bolt
thank
here.
you.
Level 2.
I have a. Oh shit. I have something. A purple stock. I
We
think?
can. Let me go to this balloon too. Oh, we're just running. Pretty close.
Oh yeah, okay.
A lot of people are fighting up here.
All right.
Somebody's
That's me.
flying in around us.
Here.
That's Joe.
Y'all need that?
Standard stock here. Level 3.
Go
There's
for
a
it.
death box over here.
Blue one.
Hey,
Standard extended light mag here. Level 1. Barrel stabilized. Optics here. Close range.
Oh, I see them.
all right.
They're on top of that hill. And somebody else further back. Now they're all running. Yeah, I think I see 3 of them. They're all right around there.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, where are they? Oh, they're fighting some other squad here.
Yeah.
Y'all have any throwables?
Ooh, I broke a guy's shield and did like 111 damage with that shit.
Oh, they're also being shot at from up on our left.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, up behind us. Right.
Yep. Now we're being
I'm
now
in
we're
this
being
little
focused by
hole.
both spots. Shit.
Yeah. Do you want to reposition?
Yeah.
Like move towards the back
Oh
way or
fuck.
something?
These guys are fucked up here somewhat. Some of them are.
Well, I guess while they're busy, we'll.
Oh, here, we can go in behind them, Grim. Grim, we can go in
You're
behind them.
running up on a whole squad. Yeah, go behind them. Yeah,
Oh.
I would.
Yeah. Good idea. Good idea.
I should have done that, but I'd hurt some with a grenade.
I like it.
I was trying to
I
press
like
it. Oh, good shit. Master flank. Flankenstein.
I'm grabbing Zero's banner so it doesn't time out.
That one's out for the count. Got it back. It's a race to the beacon.
I'm coming
Alright.
with you.
I got the first one. Oh shit! They're all over there.
Shit, yeah. That's the other squad, I guess. I gotta go heal up.
Yeah.
Fuck! I was hoping I could shield swap out of that. Fuck, I'm down.
I actually got hit.
Oh, it's a whole nother squad coming up here.
Bad guys, let's do this.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're
damn.
fucking everywhere, man.
Too
Damn.
many motherfuckers. It's crazy all those squads converged on that one fucking area. Did everybody land on our side of the map?
Well, circle's coming in. Everybody wants to get some kills in. So.
Yeah, but I mean, I just can't believe there are that many squads in that little section of the map. I mean, like it's like all the squads landed on our hemisphere of the map there instead of like all spread out.
Yeah. It's the hot spot.
Yeah.
What's up, Chibs? You just chilling, puppy?
I make this look
Just
good.
hanging out?
Literally, this hair, this face. I mean, come on, you see it?
Reckless and full of wrecks.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
Wreck it up.
Introducing your champion.
I'm right here. Cage.
Here. That's the best part. Never mind. Something good there. Pirouette. Call it a pirouette. Not a pirouette.
Oh shit. There's a 2X I accidentally picked up. There, you can have it.
We got people in here with us.
Was on my P2020.
I'm getting killed impossibly quick. It's impossible, dude.
Oh, on that guy. Alright, so I got a Mozambique and RE45. Let's go exact revenge. Somebody's zipping up now.
One of them's got a crowd.
The fuck? Oh, now our team's here. What the fuck? Yeah, I hit her like 3 times with the Mastiff. Let me see what the fucking damage was. Jesus Christ. 14, 28, 56. And then the last one probably would have got her, but she phased away.
Yeah, it sucks when that happens. That's what happened that game we won. I hit the dude for like 40 something and broke his shield, that Mirage, and then I hit him for like 14, maybe 14 again. And like I was close to him. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I slid in next to him.
Yeah. I seemed really close. I was surprised it was
And then
just a
there's
little damage.
the other game. I think the first game that I joined is where I was kill leader right before I died. I think I had 4 kills. It was like 91, 105, and then just like popping everybody. Yeah.
Big difference.
Bring
your champion.
Anyone want to take me out? Come find me. I'm the jump master.
Jump, I'm asked. The dam's blue. Do we want to do the blue dam?
Sounds good, man.
Sure, sure.
No, we should stay relatively close. So we hit like that building.
I love this part.
I like the back little shed thing first, I guess.
I'll run in the room closest to us here if you want to run in the room over there.
I'm gonna go right here. Give me the hammer.
There's an Eva
Alright,
here.
I'm coming toward you guys. There's dudes
Yeah.
over on my side.
Ring countdown.
Take that purple
Shit.
bolt for later.
Yeah, there's dudes over in there.
Oh, you have a Havoc, Zero?
Right here.
Oh shit, no shit.
Oh,
Wherever that gunfire
They're not
just came
shooting
from.
at
No, they shot
Come here.
Zero.
No, they were
Right
shooting me
across
for
there,
sure. Oh god, I can't. They've got a side. I don't.
Oh yeah, they got a charge rifle. That shit hurts. Oh,
Fucking
there's
hell.
two of them up there.
God damn it. God damn it.
Yikes.
I've got to look at my death recap after that fiasco. He must. God damn. This kid was hitting me dead accurate with a Havoc from like across the fucking. That whole divide there. He must have had a side on that thing.
Yeah, maybe. Even
If
with
he's doing that with an
thing
iron
kicks
sight, he's-
like crazy.
Yeah, but I've got some deep. Like once you. If you have a side on it, you can correct it after a few shots to where you get a bunch of shots in a row real quick.
Yeah, that is a thing. It's more the first few shots does have more of a recoil. I remember reading that.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I just knew that like once it started firing, like you could direct it kind of.
No, that's
Maybe
actually
more
the thing.
so
Yeah,
than like-
the recoil is strongest in the first few shots.
The recoil is supposed to be worse after. In season 5, it's supposed to be worse than it was, right? They
Yeah.
nerfed it. Oh, because I don't. I don't know. I haven't used it in a couple of games.
They made slightly more left to right, and a lot more up and down recoil.
But yeah, I mean, I remember picking it up like day 1 and 2 of season 5 and not. And still wrecking people, not noticing anything. I don't know. I'll pick it up this game.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. Got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops. I'm speechless. Me, actually, I wrote a speech. Yeah, I forget it. Let's just fight.
I'm the jump master. So let's do. Let's do runoff.
We should land there. Looks like fun.
I think I'm a hell of a bitch. Yeah.
Where's the runoff?
We should land there. Looks like fun.
Oh, right.
Can you feel this speed? Yeah, baby.
Your ping was like in the clouds, so I wasn't sure where that went.
Yeah, run off to the clouds, bro.
Oh, shit. Good job, Mikey.
I don't know. In front of the TV. Or in the bedroom, yeah. Opie, get down on my lap, bro. This is serious business, bro.
Blue shirt here.
Shit is popping. Thank you.
I can use that.
That may be at air base. It may be on the other end of this though.
There's a 3X.
Oh, we all got shirts
Body
now.
shield here. Level 2.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
I'll take that for nowsies.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
What do you think is over here? G7 scout here. Watch out.
I'm gonna go back in that town.
Sure.
Which
Optics here. Close range.
yeah, I'm down. Just
Kill leader.
And it's a phone.
give me
Give
me just a minute.
Was all that stuff there the whole time? Oh, you know what? I never did under there. That's what it was.
Which town you mean, Grim? Oh, the one behind it. Okay.
No.
So there's people, and somebody's getting brought back in airbase. It looks like, and there's people fighting both in Slum Lakes and airbase. So just, I don't know. Stay frosty.
Frosty, I shall stay.
Flatline here. Hemlock here.
I got a hemlock. I need some bullets
Yeah.
for that bitch.
I
Box
can't
of heavy
find this
next to it.
fucking box over here. Anybody see where that fucking box is? Oh, here it is.
Extended light mag here. Level 2. Optics here. Mid range.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Medicine here. Standard stock here. Level 1.
That's a stack of light right there.
Light ammo here.
You can get on right. I'll max it.
Heavy ammo here. Mid-range. R301 here.
Oh yeah, I need a heavy.
Okay, go ahead.
I have 20 bullets.
Yeah.
Well, here I'm gonna drop a. I'll drop a
No, I'm
box.
good.
of
I'm
heavy
good.
here.
I could use that.
Oops, that's my stack.
I like pushing limits as
I got enough. I got a heavy lot. So. All right, Grim got it. So. We're probably all pretty equal.
Oh shit, the wall's coming. The balloon. Probably the best route, right?
Yeah. We're probably gonna have other dudes jumping in toward it too with stuff on both sides
Oh shit,
of
we
us.
have to go so fucking far. Go to the other balloon
Chicken
from
over
here.
there.
Okay.
Opie, we gotta go so far, Opie. Are you ready for this
incoming
trip?
care package.
This traveling trip of trippiness?
No,
Oh, we
get
got
there,
enemies. Got enemies right
we
over
go to the
there.
other balloon. Alright, I say it's probably best
Yeah,
to just
I
run
say-
for the balloon.
Yeah, he's converging with us though.
Oh shit. Oh, there's mad squads going for that balloon.
You want to hang back a sec? Okay.
I'm getting raped.
Charging on my shield.
Maybe we should just figure out a way to
Where'd
run.
those fuckers go?
Because you had a walls like pushing it right behind us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
Keep
good. I
moving?
don't know where these fuckers are at. Yeah.
Come on, Opie, you're not that hungry. You gotta eat the scraps of shit.
So,
Someone's rocking in right
Somebody's
there.
flying
Yeah.
in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting sandwiched between them.
Yeah, let's go this one. Here, I'll throw us a zip. I'll throw us a zip. Come on.
You just like jumped and then like floated
Someone else is
up
blue
like
right
20
here.
feet.
Yeah, let's just get in the bunker. Oh god, I'm almost dead.
Yeah, just go in the bunker and run. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Oh my
do
god,
my
I'm
med
fucking
kit.
dying, man. They're right behind us, man. Ah, shit.
Oh fuck, I'm down. God damn.
Yeah, there's so many of them coming.
It's one squad is what it is.
Well, let's try to stay alive.
Yeah.
Charging on my shields.
Oh shit. Where? Oh,
Charging on my shields.
okay.
Well, we're almost top 5 already, so. It's just round 1 when the wall hits.
Got the banner. Should head to the beacon.
If you don't have any more heals, I'm all the way at the top of the
I got-
stairs, so just do what you think you
I
need
got
to do.
5 syringes.
Oh, come on.
Do you have any heals in your box?
5 syringes?
Can't believe people are still shooting at you. Yeah, I think so. I've got some shit anyway. Get what you want.
No, they took all of the heals. Alright, whatever.
Yeah, you gotta go really far.
Need to heal soon.
Using med. Come on, come on, come on.
Dude, there's a million
Yeah,
boxes.
no heals in any of them. I got a med kit too, so I might be okay.
Ah,
Oh yeah, cool.
Rings far. Time for a jog.
you gotta heal soon.
Need to heal. Is that syringes to your left, Joe?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Over
nice.
to-
Good eyeballs, eyeball man. I only saw the snipers. Shit. Oh, okay.
Heal, heal, heal. Heal.
I hit up on the D-pad and he threw an uppercut. It don't make sense to bring you back here.
You're still really far, dude. You're really far. You took the map. And then it moves in again in a minute and 20 seconds. Maybe do that med kit before you get on the balloon.
Rings far. I've only got a minute. Rings far, and I've only got 45 seconds.
Shit, in 30 seconds for the next storm.
30 seconds till this match gets a whole lot smaller.
Alright, ping the best place. Okay.
There's one more to the left. I guess the skeleton now. See it.
Ring closes in 10. Call it yet.
6 seconds on the next ring.
Shit.
Alright, so it's
The one in labs.
to the right. Yeah, that one is a close one. Well, labs. Oh no, there's one more to the left.
There's a bunch of loot here that I don't know if we can get back to it. Oh, I'll definitely take the heals in case we can't.
Alright, so not that one. To the left more. There's a more out of the way one.
Okay. It's further down that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, I see-
facing it
I
kind
see
of
it.
right now. Yeah. Might be the
Ooh,
safest
top
one.
5.
Yeah, so right there we got some points. Care packages landed into my right. There's shit right there. And all down there looks not looted.
Oh
Nice.
shit. We're gonna have about a minute.
So I'll read off what's in these bins here. Alternator light, shield and a helmet, 2 bags and a knockdown. Syringes, shield, and another bag. Oh shit. Oh shit, I should give somebody a gun.
Go ahead and get the gun out.
My bad.
Shake a leg. We've only got a minute, and the ring's right there.
What, are you saying this shit is unlooted?
Alternator,
Yeah.
Alternator here.
shield bag up here. I don't know if you guys can get up here in time. Evo.
I'm already in the swamp.
45 seconds. So we could just walk it.
Edge. B2020 won't do me any good now.
The ring is nearby.
I got a U sight, and I got heals, and that's basically it.
I've got sights. I need a decent gun. I got a worthless longbow.
Dropping a scout right here.
Oh yeah, I'll take that. Thanks.
Oh, there's more syringes.
Shit, 6 seconds and it's moving in again.
Alright.
You guys can't get here.
Warning. Movement in progress. Care package being delivered.
Another 99.
I dropped a stack of shotgun bolts.
I'm good. I'm good.
But
Alright, yeah, let's meet up when the building zero's in, and I got heals and stuff. Yeah. There you go.
I found 2 med kits. I just need some shields of some
Okay.
sort. Thank you.
I'm okay on heals. I'm not terrible.
Did you get the U sight I dropped?
Yeah. There's more shields here for you. Oh yeah.
Go ahead and get that med kit.
Here's heavy bullets.
Yeah, I got plenty of heavy. I got
You know,
260.
fuck this longbow.
So I can drop some if y'all need it.
Heavy ammo here.
Somebody's right here.
Oh shit, okay.
Okay.
Right? Didn't you hear that fast run? Unless that was you, like running around really fast.
I think
didn't
that
hit my
was Joe.
ability, but
I was like pop, 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 pop.
How is there still 5 squads left, dudes? They gotta be right around us.
Blue heavy mag.
Optics here. Close range.
I'm good on that. 2 syringes.
Syringe here. Optics here.
I don't know if you're looking for throwables.
Frag grenade here.
I'm looking. I'm okay. I got 3 throwables.
Shields out here.
That's a Bernie stick.
Over here.
4 other
Going
squads
down
left.
over
That
there somewhere.
building you're in might be a good spot for. Oh, is not? Is it not in the circle?
Close range.
Oh, Joe, shit.
There's syringes.
Oh, he took a zip line. I was like, you're a mile away.
Shields out here. Barrels
I'm good on syringes.
Level 2. Hemlock.
Uh,
Ammo here.
I'm gonna drop a med kit.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
I'm good on heals.
I actually picked up a little more syringes.
Here's more syringes.
Look at that blue
I'm sticking with
stabilizer.
just the 2 med kits.
Somebody's coming. Somebody's coming.
Yeah, they're shooting at some people right there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on the roof up there.
I saw someone. And I
Still,
think they're
still 4 other squads if you want to let them converge on one another. Holy creep, creep. They may be out of the circle.
Still on the same roof, shooting at people in that building, it looks like. Lifeline care package comes down like right in the middle of the swamp.
I think people might be back
On
here
their loot
somewhere
net,
too.
and there's a purple shield
Okay.
on there. They left the purple shield. So they are geared over there.
Yeah.
The lifeline went back to that building.
We could check out here.
Oh, and we're out of the circle. Is that building way over? Damn, where's my arrow? Okay. Is that building over there in the circle? Does
No.
it look like? No, it's just out.
Somebody's on the side of the building.
Okay, okay.
The ring closes. We have time.
Wraith portal. There's a care package
that
up there
what it
that was
was?
open, so be careful.
Let's get on that. 45 seconds till ring closes, amigos. Don't make me carry you.
You're going in and out.
Is that
of the
Wraith portal or
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we
So
got
there's
30
no
seconds.
building.
30 seconds remaining.
I
People
can throw us
back
a
there.
zip somewhere.
I'm gonna try to
The
get
only
to the
safety
top up
spots
there.
up
Yeah.
in the
The top.
tree
You get
house?
to the top right there. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw it like. Okay, well I'll throw it.
Deploy.
Bamboozle for the fool. You sure you want to shoot at us, sir?
Down there, somebody. Too short.
Yeah, I think there's one on this roof too. I'm not sure.
Back down. Optics here. Close range.
Yeah, run, bitch. Let that circle take ya.
Yeah, somebody's still up there. Yeah, they're gonna have to move to the circle.
Shit, behind us, behind us. No, they're down low. They're down low.
Recharging shields.
Pathfinder
There's a
just
zip
tried to
line
zip
right
up
over
here.
here.
He jumped off early.
Beginning
We got 2 people over there, Watson and a Mirage, it looks like. A Pathfinder just zipped up to us. Behind you.
Here's zippy shit. Oh, yep. His shield's broken. He's hurt. Yeah.
Just relax. I got everything under control. 1 minute until close.
50 seconds for the next one.
That's a full body shield in there.
Watch the Bernie.
All right. Yeah, I'll swap it. Okay, Bernie ready.
Oh, somebody's on the roof up there?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, fell in.
I'm burning him. Oh, it landed in
Oh
one
shit! I
spot.
just fell off.
Joe, here.
My man. Thank you. I was peeking off at somebody running underneath us.
No problema.
Oh. Shit! I fell off.
Shit. You can stay.
Get some.
Oh, that's too
Yeah,
sweet.
bitch.
I can't believe the storm just halfway won it for us.
I mean, that's positioning.
That's what you call the
positioning,
high
positioning.
ground.
All
Yeah, that's
about
right.
location.
That's right.
I could have stayed up there, but I
Shit
panicked.
to the
Once I was in the
yes.
storm, I moved too quickly and fell off the edge. There was a tiny little corner I could have been on.
Ah,
But then, yeah, I wound up landing right in front of that.
it all worked out. for
Yeah, I
the
landed right in
bestest.
front of that caustic. And I had a gold peacekeeper, so I was just like keeping the peace. You know what
Hell yeah,
Just trying to keep the peace, man. The first
I mean?
piece.
The first and only piece.
man.
113. What'd you guys get?
I got 126.
101. I didn't have any
Cut
kills.
that shit out. How am I supposed to level up, catch up?
Shit, I know.
Shit, hold on. Did I not buy the...
You know what? I'm gonna start playing bad so you can catch
Oh,
up.
shit, I almost... I looked and it said I could buy battle. It says buy battle pass level. I thought it was buy battle pass. I'm like, oh, I never bought this. And I'm like, wait, why is it only 150 gold things? And it turns out because you can buy. Wait, you can buy all the levels?
Apparently, but that's like $1.50 per level, which is kind of
Damn.
sweet.
It's for the rich kids.
That's $135.
Yeah. Oh, it's like a you get a discount if you buy all the ones.
No, I'd be buying. I'm level 10, so I'd be buying from 11 to 100. So that comes out to 13.
Doesn't have to go to 110.
Oh yeah, okay. So 11 to 110. So
$150, I guess.
no, it was 13,000. I mean, maybe it was a discount.
It was
discount, but
150
it didn't
per.
show that.
Ah,
Just
okay.
as I went up, when I went up to the max, it said it was 13,500.
Oh, so you didn't do the math. It just told you a number. Give us all the gold and we'll give you a battle pass.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight.
That's pretty good. 3 wins today, total.
This is your champion.
2 is you, right,
Yeah.
Joe?
Very
First-
sweet.
Ranked win.
Your master, which should go without saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, master of the jump right here.
Do the bouncy house.
The bouncy house. The house of bounciness.
Follow the leader. That's me. Or don't. I mean, whatever. As long as we win. Oh yeah, nailed it.
Oh, got a caustic landed with me. Oh my god, there's like 500 people landed with me.
Oh shit.
I'm coming over to you guys.
Oh. I don't have a gun. I hear
I
somebody.
just fucked that.
Yeah, I got somebody on me too. So
Whoops, my bad. I'm like throwing stuff at you.
There was another fast guy that just
I didn't
jumped off.
think you, anybody else
Oh,
was
they're
here.
zipping across?
I'm trying to get to you guys.
Oh, he was jumping on the zip line, so I couldn't hit him.
I had people on my side too. I'm
yeah.
all together now.
Yeah, I
wouldn't
landed
ran
over
away
there
over
as
there.
well. Shit was hectic.
There's somebody else still here.
Oh shit, my bad. I didn't realize you didn't not even have a shirt.
There we go.
Level 1. Save that for me.
No, yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Take
Yeah.
it.
We call dibs
You're
for a
good. Take
guy.
it. Not a big deal. If I can't kill him without it, then I don't deserve to have it.
Your shirt's not full, Zero. You need shield cells?
Yeah, just it's the only.
Oh, here's one.
Yeah, thanks.
45 here.
Okay, where at?
Supply them here.
Yeah, on this deck, there's a few of them.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
New kill.
I'm dropping this 3x.
I'm dropping a purple shoddy ball. Oh, enemies, enemies.
Send in a decoy. Wait. No, it's not a decoy. Look out, grenade.
You see where they
Here,
are?
bitch. Yep, on these rocks over here.
Frag out. Gronar stuck.
I don't know where she went. I'm looking. Yeah, she's running. She's running down here. Two of them. Broke one. Broke the medic shield.
Sending out my decoy.
Hit the medic for another 20.
Decoy escape deployed. Hostile spotted.
Running
Somebody's
over there.
1 minute until close. Rings nearby.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
over here,
one of the ones
somebody
on
else.
the run. Okay.
Reloading.
Great. The ring is close. Less
Damn, they don't want no smoke, do they?
Up here.
Down here too. Got one of them.
Oh, caustic trap.
That one's been the last one, 'cause no one's revenging or whatever.
30 seconds until the ring closes.
Suck it, suckers.
Close, huh?
Wingman here.
Yeah, suckers, suckers.
Yo, I executed that guy and it didn't refill my shield. Did they patch that?
I probably killed the other one right after, so you probably didn't.
What's that guy do? Anything?
He probably. Oh, we got somebody else right here.
Oh, yeah,
Probably by
Morgan-
the time you could execute
He was
it,
already dead.
he died.
Oh, she popped into a box. There's two guys
One
up here.
just jumped
one's
down.
in the wall.
Oh, right here. He's fucked up. He's flesh. There's two of them over there now.
Oh, right here. L-Star. There's two of them up here. They're both right here.
Contact with enemy.
Now they're splitting.
They're up top.
I'm a box now, but yeah, last I saw one of them was here and they were split up. Here they come. Dude, did a fast leg? That fast leg looks like he turned invisible. He must have just crouched behind the box.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
I wonder if that was the squad that ran away from us in the beginning.
There was a fast leg.
Ah,
in that
maybe.
Squad. Why are you playing a fucking video? I don't got time for no video.
Yeah, me too.
Alright, sounds cool. I'll be here. Ooh, a gold, a purple, and a blue, and all in one fucking loot box? Say it ain't so, bro. Finally got a cool finisher. I think I'm just factory finishers all the way through Mastiff. Let's get. I want this one. I want this skin for the Mastiff. Warp zone. I can't afford it. Boom, da, 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 boom, da. Oh, sorry. Why is that locked? I thought. Ah, so it's an orange version of that. Pretty awesome looking. I don't like the red version, but the orange is
Me either. I hate it.
good. Pretty cool, if I say.
Of what?
The other, not the Birdman skin that I got,
Big.
but the other one, the red legendary one. They have an orange version of that, but you have to own the red one in order to unlock it. And I don't like the red
One of those
but
deals.
I do like the orange one.
Is that one you can spend the legend tokens
Yeah.
for or whatever?
But I'd have to spend $18 on the red one that I don't like in order to get spend 10,000 red ones that I do like. They gotta fix that. I'm gonna buy some Apex packs real quick. While you be smoking. But yeah, so I had an Apex pack from Level Up. I had it was blue, purple, and gold. The gold was a finisher for Bangalore.
Let's see what treasures.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
The gold
so
one?
I don't have any of those. It's the first special finisher I got, I think. So that's exciting.
Oh, you have no special finishers? Yeah, you know what? I might have I paid for it. Well, bought with craft and shit.
That's interesting. It's just a blue thing. Oh, gold. It's got gold in it. It's got gold in it. It is a... I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's a sentinel skin? That's crazy looking.
Oh, give me just a sec. Be right back.
What? Hopefully the iron sights are better than the normal sentinel. That's crazy. That is insane. I might use the sentinel. I want either a bunch of crafting materials or there's a Mastiff skin I really want. The one that looks like it's got like a video game controller.
Listen to everything. And you
What is
The
it?
Mastiff skin that looks like it's got like a video game controller on the side. It's got like the joystick and like buttons.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Oh, that's a cool charm. That'll have to go on something. So when Zero puts together some clips of us lighting some fools up, I want it to be the Snowda products going off.
Right.
So remember that.
You go, I go, I go, I go.
Yeah, yeah. Go, I go, I go, I go, I go, I go. Oh, 2 golds in 1 pack. What? Legendary crafting materials.
Unheard of.
600 crafting materials. And guess what the other one is?
600 crafting
And-
materials. I thought I got to him. Mozambique skins.
Brother of the Blade.
I think I have like 3 legendary Mozambique skins.
I think there's only 3 legendary Mozambique skins.
Well, hopefully I'll get another one then, I guess. What works out in my favor?
2 more packs to go. Who knows about the packs to go? Octane Quip. Shout out to all my fans watching. I'll put that on.
Oh no, I do have the lifeline finisher where she stabs you in the neck with a needle.
Actually, I might have that too now.
Oh, and I have one. I have one for Pathfinder apparently too. High 5 one.
That's a pretty good one. I do like that. So, not a bad set of stuffs. Me, wait, I just got something that I wanted. I gotta get rid of these dots. It's like having a new message thing on my phone. It's like, come on. Like Kim talks to her family on Facebook Messenger, but she doesn't have Facebook, so it's on mine. So like, it rings on my phone and my old phone, because she uses the old phone, and then
What rings on
the
both?
Facebook Messenger. She talks to her family on that, but she doesn't have Facebook.
Oh yeah.
So it'll ring, and then like I've tried to clear it a couple times, and I've messed up and like actually joined the call, and then when I hang up, it like hangs the other phone up too. Yeah.
Hangs her up. Oh
So-
shit. Oh whoops.
Oh wait, there was what did I want? What did I want? Oh, the skin. I got enough stuff for the skin, so. For
What
the
skin?
Cool game looking one for the Mastiff.
Yeah.
Warzone. Yeah. Craft it. Oh shit. I got to equip it. I always forget to do that. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Let's go get it. I gotta flex on these fools with this sweet ass skin and stuff.
Flexing on them.
So you wanna hear something kinda fucked up? In 2017,
Yes.
I filed taxes and my Fed return was like, I don't know, a couple $100, $1,000 or something. That might have been the one that I amended, and I got the money for going to school.
Oh, because Kim told you. Right.
And then
Remember that.
but the state or whatever, the can't whatever it was like $100, and like I just never
Yeah.
did it, never filed it, and just sat and sat and sat and sat. Well, I just got a thing in the mail that like because I didn't file in 2017, according to like the money I made on their books, they're charging me like $113. So like
against me and against
I went from like, if I would have filed it, I would have made, I think it was like $108. I would have got $108 back, but now they're telling me that I owe them 113. So,
Oh shit.
Because you owed the past money. So now you're wishing you didn't file
well,
it.
no, I didn't. I didn't know. This is from 2017. 2017, I would have got a return for like $100 and some dollars, $108, $105
So what? They penalize you just
for not
doing
filing the
it or something?
taxes. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Maybe we land here.
So,
Or maybe we don't.
Yeah, I owed like $300 in my state taxes this year. Not a fan.
No.
Yeah, I can't wait till I get all rich and start writing everything off of my taxes.
Yeah.
I mean, Kim does it for the rich and powerful every day. No reason she can't do it for me. And I say that to her, and she's like, "Right, but like you have to have income for that to. I mean, it's not you're not getting money. I mean, if you get income, then we can do something about it."
You're getting less. You're getting less taken
Actually, I'm
from
gonna
you.
do this. I'm gonna drop my heavy bullets.
Compadres, heavy ammo here.
I need a bag. I'm like, can't carry anything here.
There's 2 bags. I'm thinking in there. Here, Joe. Yeah, present for you.
Ooh, I like presents. Ooh, shotgun bolt. Ooh, massive. Shit. Alright, I guess I'm gonna drop this 9.9.
Shit's going down in the
Is there
village.
bullets for it somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some.
Oh, no, no.
9.9, and I'm dropping 120 light bullets.
Mira, light ammo here.
Are you getting that 99, Joe? Oh, it's right here. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Here's shotgun ammo.
Yes.
Oh, here. Then you can have the rest of this. Here, and there's a purple
Oh,
bolt.
yeah.
Since now I have a gun.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
The other gun I had no bullets
So
in it.
you were. So what was your other gun that you dropped?
Eva? But I dropped the purple bolt too. For that. Yeah, and more bullets here too. For
Yeah. Some running havoc and.
Shit was popping out front.
Oh, is it?
I mean, it was. Like, I don't know if it was right here or if it was in the next village over.
There's 2 arc stars and a grenade here.
Heavy ammo here. Let's go over here.
Yeah, I could use some of that.
Light ammo here. Mira,
I got 0.
Here's your blue shirt, Joe.
Oh, my man, pots and pans.
save that for me. Flashlight here. Optics here. Close range.
Yeah, I could use that.
I'm dropping a 1 to 2. If anybody wants it.
Optics here. Close range.
I'm good.
I'll put it on my havoc if I find a select fire row. I can be a sniper row man.
Where do you want to go now? Do you want to go back
Check
this way? Or,
Join ski out real quick.
let's do
What?
that, man.
There we go.
Well, I don't guess I can open these bins yet as a Pathfinder. It's not.
Close range.
Ah, you
Responding.
tried it.
This Pathfinder's
Yeah.
supposed to be able to
Okay.
open them?
Hemlock here.
Movement in progress.
That's what we were discussing, maybe.
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
String.
Gotta hop up here.
Alright.
Stone piercer.
Extended heavy mag here. Extended light mag here.
Light, heavy, and light up here.
Why would they allow him to open it?
So, yeah, I read something about all scouts might be able to open it soon or
Oh, I
something.
thought all scouts could use the tower thing.
Oh,
tower.
Where it tells you where the next
What, the one for your...
Pathfinder's passive where it tells me.
Oh, you're right. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, maybe it was that instead. The tower thing. That might be it.
Confusing the shit out of me, people.
Optics here. Close range. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
There's no heavy bullets left up here, right?
I don't know, I don't think so.
I haven't seen any.
I don't have any heavy.
No. You wanna move up that shit? Oh, while we're
Sure.
here, let me show you this place, Joe.
Okay.
Check it over there.
I can tell how to get there. If you look at the map, that pointy tail like points to it. That's the spot you can climb down.
Oh yeah, there's like wreckage off the... Oh, this is salvage. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Right where I'm at. You land on this little beam. Just be careful that you don't fucking die. I can open it for you.
I'm not even going down this time.
And then you jump down. Here.
Ah, so this is where that thing takes place. The season trailer thing?
Yeah, and then it opens up out here. There's a button right there. And then there's usually so far, every time there's always been a gold revive in this little corner
Okay,
where
I'm
I'm
gonna
at.
take a look at that. There's a zip line here. Where's that zip line go?
And then right here, this button that I just put,
Alright.
watch. The top just opened. Now look at this rope. Rope is up down.
Oh, there's another zip line.
Now these are the lids I'm talking about. You see it?
There was another zip line.
The-
Okay.
Because there's another lid over here, but I didn't see how it connects to that. These are the lids I was talking about. That like.
Oh.
Yo,
surround
somebody
the
just took
forest
that
and
care
shit.
package. Somebody just took that care package in
Uh,
front of us. It's a little way down here, but
How far down? Past these buildings, or?
it was like past these rocks. I don't know if it was past the buildings. Damn, where was it? Dude, maybe I misjudged the distance on it.
Oh, I see people. Loba
It
just
looks
popped her
closer.
ultimate on top of
Okay.
the market, it looked like.
Yeah. Somebody right back there.
Are they fighting somebody?
No.
I can bounce us up there if we want.
Okay. Oh, what are they fighting in the cave?
They're running on the
Are we
roof.
going up?
Okay. Fuck yeah.
Reloading. Go faster. I think this place needs a little more. These are the decoys, Kate. Watching the EMP inside. Getting hurt over here.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
EMP. I got the crypto.
Oh, there's two over here.
I
There's
don't
two
know
over
the other
here.
one's land.
By the revive.
Coming,
I gotta
coming.
heal up.
Bam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy.
Charging on my shield.
Got one.
Fuck. I got
two.
stuck.
There's another one. There's another one somewhere.
Alright, I'm getting grim up.
I killed an enemy.
Think you're in trouble? I'll get myself up. You're in trouble.
Come on, come on, come on.
I just heard the
Another one
Loba
somewhere,
thing.
boys.
Yeah.
You're lucky I like you.
Yep. Taking them out with a decoy.
Healing. Ah, this is taking too long.
Oh, and I downed that one dude. that
Level
might be
3
trying to
body
get him
shield
up.
in this shit.
Oh, I already fucking healed up.
Recharge.
Any heavy bullets?
Extended heavy mag here.
Oh, I got heavy for you.
Optics here. Close range.
I hear
We'll throw
somebody.
down heavy in this building.
Heavy ammo here.
Over here.
100.
Por favor.
I'll get it after this fight.
I don't see her.
Oh, she passed the
Oh.
building.
Just threw a thing like here, or maybe up there or something. Alright.
Huh.
Oh, wow, new
Oh, shit.
crypto drone. It's another squad.
It's a
Have
crypto.
you down? Oh yeah.
From where?
Yeah,
From
let's
where?
get the fuck out.
He's.
get the
Oh, he
fuck
got their
out.
banner. Fuck.
Ammo, here, I'll pick up the ammo for later.
Alright.
He got their banner. Motherfucker.
Oh, goddamn. I thought the crypto was dead. What the fuck? She must have got him up.
I downed them, but yeah, I didn't get a kill for it. She got him up. Where do you think they're probably going to that respawn back? There's a respawn back there. You want to push
Sure.
push one of them? You can take this zip line here. It looks like.
Alright.
Recharging shields.
That'd be super risky to do that. I don't think they would escape.
Up over there. See it?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're running out of the ring. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Oh, but now other squads might push it.
Yeah.
Great. Already inside the ring.
Send in a decoy. Wait, how do I know I'm not sending a decoy?
I hear them.
Got one here. Thermite grenade out.
Oh, they're on the roof. Oh, they're on the
Yeah,
roof.
hey, they're down. One of them's down low. Okay.
Opening fire.
I got her.
Put that bitch out. You need to heal, Grim.
Oh fuck, fuck, fuck. Yeah.
I got another down.
Shit, shit, shit. We need to. Oh, you guys are in cover. Okay.
Was that the crypto you killed, Zero?
No. No, I put two down.
kill that
Though. I think the Loeb is the one
Motherfucker,
still
whoever that
alive.
was.
No, there was a crypto. There's a crypto.
Yes, I put. There's
He's up
only
on
one
that
left. Oh, he's up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fucking snipe.
I broke his shield. Broke his shield. I'm down.
Where is he?
I know he
On
was
the
up
roof?
there.
He was.
He's healing up somewhere.
Yeah.
Think in this building.
All right. I'll help you get him.
I don't see him.
Oh, back here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Back here.
One right here.
It's go time.
He climbed up. He climbed up. Or he's trying to at least.
Opening fire. Shots fired. They're hitting me. Reloading. Hell, that must have been the last one, 'cause
Alright, I'll go back and get Zero.
I'm down
Oh,
close to you
shit,
guys.
shit.
Can't believe I'm standing still. You're lucky. I like it.
your health is very
Fuck, I need some shield cells.
Here, there's a. Oh well, I think it's empty.
Yeah.
No, it's full. Yeah,
Evo
purple.
shield.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah, it's an
I think,
Evo
right?
shield.
Good shit.
Shield cell here.
Thank you.
Take that. Oh wait. Yeah,
There's
I got way too many
still
heals.
some. I'm not dibs in it. I'm not. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
One sec, healing up.
I'm running low on heals. Pretty bad.
45 seconds. But we could just walk it.
Shields is what I really need. Is there, anybody have a lot of big shields?
No. Oh yeah, I can drop
Well,
one.
take those littles. I got no
I-
big.
I have one.
Oh, you well. Okay. If you have a big, I don't think Zero has a big.
Oh, if you,
Whatever you guys divvy it up, however you
oh,
want.
you don't have any big ones, Zero? No, there's another box right
No,
now, too, right?
I'll take these other two. Well, yeah, back where we killed those guys somewhere.
There should be 3 here, though, right?
Well, on top of the
Yeah,
top of the
yeah.
roofs is where.
Well, one of
Oh,
them
that
was
was
a
you. Never mind.
one of them was a white box. And it didn't
Yeah,
have anything
I can
worth
give you
the
one of
fuck in
these,
it.
yeah.
Back here.
If you don't have any big ones, I'll give you one big one.
Okay, and here's some heavy ammo.
Hemlock here.
Need to get
Oh,
some
shit.
more small shields. so-
Oh, wait, here's.
Fuck, there are no more
Oh,
small shields.
we don't have
Fuck.
time for the balloon. I'm gonna throw a zip.
Oh, we're really close. Alright.
Yeah, we are. We are. I should have waited, but I was kind of panicking. Oh, hey, a care package just landed in front of us. They probably, if anybody sees it, they probably saw me. Oh,
Yeah.
last 2 squads fighting.
Oh shit, yeah. Let's go.
cleanup crew coming to take the victory from you.
They're right in there. I can see it. I think in there and to the left.
Alright.
Let them tenderize each other.
Going through my grenade. Right, frag out. Mark, sword out. Reloading. Recharging shields. And bam goes the boozle. Ha. Oh, wait.
Oh, I see one ran up to the left on that little hill. Oh, I'm burning somebody.
Gotta be careful of that wraith that's at the portal.
Got one down. Still 2 squads. Shit,
Yeah,
behind.
that wraith that.
Wraith, he's hurt.
Fuck yes, I might.
Revenging or whatever.
One left. That wraith is left. I'm crawling away, so I don't want anybody to.
I'm healing up.
Yep.
Came back through. Just aim at
I'm
the hole.
healing. Hold up. She, I
Go.
think, yeah, she's
Went
hit.
back again, I think.
She's back over here.
She's went through.
Alright, you stay here. I'll go the other way.
Good call. Good
Yeah, I
call.
was just healing. The portal's gone now.
Oh, the portal closed. Yeah.
There it is. And I got kill leader right at the end. Woo. I'm going glowing,
You are the
pumping
Apex
like an
champions.
8-cylinder.
Hell yeah. Double rank dubs.
Doves.
Yeah, I didn't do very good in that match. I didn't get a lot of points.
Sounded like you did #1 to me.
Sound like I
What's
peed
that mean?
myself?
Peed
Yeah, I don't
himself?
know.
He did it #1. Damn, we're on fire today. Dub after dub. Can't handle all these dubs, man. 2 ranked
Yeah.
dubs? That's pretty good.
Must be my lucky bandana I'm wearing.
I got this thing in the box.
Yeah, I saw that lime green shit. It's only for players.
I don't know, tuned into the stream. Guess not.
Nobody's tuned in right now?
I was asking you if I said you tuned into the stream, and then I got.
Oh no, I saw it earlier. I saw it on Facebook earlier.
So then, yeah, I guess you did tune in the stream then.
Yeah, I did. Well, yeah, I was scrolling through and I saw you. I was like, hey, Joe's on.
When I hit the ship, it's landing at the rig. But
Fuck yeah.
everybody put your big boy pants on
Flaming
at the
Ray.
rig. The old relay.
Oh my god, a bunch of trash.
I left the RE45 there for you.
Those beat
Yeah.
triple take P2020.
Oh, I gotta go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm gonna throw down a Wang Mang for the scout.
Wingman here.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'm dropping this triple take, and then he wants that cool ass gun.
No.
Triple take here.
Honestly, maybe. I don't know.
Where you want to go?
Yeah, actually, let me do that. I'm gonna drop a 99 for somebody. Who doesn't have a gun? Who needs a gun? Everybody's got decent guns?
I got a guns. I got these.
I have a
I'm actually gonna drop a
99.
301.
Okay.
So.
Do you want to land here for
Oh, there's no sniper bullets.
that shit? I see people down in there.
Do you have the sniper bullets?
Do
Grim?
you guys want to win?
Yeah, I
have
got them.
Yeah,
you
let's
want
go.
to jump off here?
I'm gonna,
Okay.
can you drop them on the way down? That'd be pen.
Yeah, I'll give
If
him
it doesn't
to
happen
if you're
before
right
you
in
hit
here.
the ground, he doesn't want them.
Cause that'd be super pimp to like drop them like as you're coming down. Make it rain some shits. Ooh. Yep. All that.
Oh, this looks
Energy
fire.
ammo if he
Oh,
might use
here's
that
shotgun
shit.
bullet.
Oh, I have 20 heavy.
Snipe, compadres. Heavy ammo here.
So you ready
Yeah.
to check out
Use
this
that. There's more
sweet
shotgun
ass
out
skin
here.
I got?
I can't. Oh yeah, now I see it better. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It kind of reminds me of like a
Ah,
like
looks
a Nerf top.
It's like an NES controller or
a
something.
mean, it's
Nintendo.
more-
It's a
it's-
Nintendo gun.
Yeah, yeah, the Zapper.
Nintendo
Fuck yeah.
gun. The Zapper, yeah.
Well,
Oh,
on the
there's somebody
opposite
right there.
side, it has a joystick and buttons.
Oh, that's cool. I couldn't
Oh,
see
shit,
it. It
they're
was
right
in
here.
the dark.
They just jumped off.
Oh, coming.
This way.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
There goes his shirt.
Shit.
Here's buddy for 90.
Reloading.
They threw gas traps. Got one.
Got one.
Third guy. Third guy.
Bang,
Yeah.
bang.
I'm
Oh
down.
shit, yeah, I'm about to die too. I should have healed up and Grim should have
Oh,
got
shit.
you.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I was burning like a motherfucker.
Extended barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
So I got a shield. I need shield cell.
There's a bunch of shield cells in here.
Oh, there's a select fire in there also. I have.
Oh, I have one. That's you did.
Didn't realize I had a Phoenix kit.
I just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
There aren't any. I've got 2 syringes.
Yeah, I got.
I don't guess anybody's got a
I
med.
have
Oh,
two
I
syringes
yeah, I got a
also.
Phoenix kit. I didn't realize
Well-
I had 2 Phoenix kits. There you go.
This, oh, well, yeah, I shouldn't pop this Phoenix kit right now because. Here, Joe, do you want this Phoenix kit now for the syringes?
Nah, just it takes so long to use it. Just use the Phoenix kit. Don't do. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I might
Well,
as
no,
well
no, no,
still
no, no.
use
There's
Just drop
4
it. Take
shield
these,
cells.
Take these. Take those. Yeah, just.
Syringe here.
None of those fools have better than a white armor? Oh, I took that that blue Evo. Okay.
Is there a shotgun bolt?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Any cool attachments? I have a stabilizer. That's
Did not see.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Yeah, I got one. You want to go up to the diving board, maybe? Where's that? Oh, we can zip up to that.
Yeah, now loot dead.
Noise.
Shield cell here.
Actually, I'll take that. I'm gonna drop this. I have a couple of those.
What,
Yeah.
batteries?
So I dropped some a battery for
Oh,
you
yeah.
fellows. Yeah, I could definitely use those syringes.
Yeah, I could use one.
Yeah, I could use that.
There's heavy ammo, shield cells,
Extended heavy mag here. Knockdown shield here.
purple knockdown.
Syringe here.
There's 2 syringes.
Level 1.
Oh, flatline.
Gun ammo here.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to pick up more of this heavy ammo then. That's gonna be my main. Yeah, there's purple, heavy mag. Anybody running with heavy?
Not
And there's a
bad.
blue one.
Somebody's firing over to the southeast.
I guess that's.
Shield cell here.
Actually, I'd rather have that. I'm dropping a stack of light.
Light ammo here. G7 scout here.
There's light ammo over there next to that scout as well.
I got 3 stacks of shotgun. I don't need 3 stacks of light also.
Light ammo here.
Oh shit, the storm's coming.
7 heavy
The
bullets.
zip line will kind of help us out.
Oh yeah, Joe, storm's coming.
Yeah, I'm good on heavy. There was actually like a whole shitload on there.
So, I heard fire over toward where you're running toward, Grim. I don't know if I didn't see it. I haven't heard it in a minute or so.
We'll take the safe side up.
Yeah.
Go bamboozle.
Oh, now I hear shit popping. To the east.
Yeah.
It's go time.
Yeah, it's going down this way.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh shit. I thought it was mad motherfuckers, just those decoys.
Enemy spotted. They look small. Got one spotted.
There's a guy right there.
They just got him, yeah.
Frag out.
I'm gonna try to throw a
there's
birdie
two
if
to our
I can judge this shit. Oh, one to our
The
left.
whole squad.
Behind?
Oh, he got me. Goddamn. That's a whole squad. A whole squad, boys. You might want to retreat. Oh, Grim can't retreat.
Oh, broke that dude's shield.
Thermite grenade. Reloading. Let's go this way.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh fuck, the other guy's coming behind us. Yeah, yeah. Retreat if you can. Retreat if you can. There's a... Yeah, we're good.
I have a gold knockdown if I could just hide.
There's 2 guys right there.
Send in a decoy. Wait.
Yeah, if you can retreat, it's fine with me. Guys, they're right beside you over there on that. They're probably going to come for you. You might want to.
Time's over. Faster, faster, faster. Just gotta patch myself up. Contact.
That's a different squad.
Ah, this is taking too long.
Shit.
Oh, one on my box too.
There were 2. Report with me, compadre. Charging shields.
Oh yeah, by the forklift back there.
Taking him out with a decoy. Frag out. Grenade.
Oh, I'm doing a Phoenix?
It's Doom's o'clock.
Ah, I'm lit.
Charging on my
Fuck, yeah.
shields. 1 more minute on the clock. Window's right there. Getting hit back.
There's only 3 other squads.
Not really already.
Gotta make it to the ring in 45.
They're right above you, dude.
Oh, just some cool bounce pad shit, maybe.
30 seconds to go.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
What? Are you kidding me?
Oh no.
It's a race to the vehicle.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Did you see that bullshit?
that sucked.
That's some
Yeah,
dog
God.
shit. It
That
must have like
sucks.
grabbed onto the wall.
Yeah, I think
or
that's-
something.
I think
don't
that's
know
what
the fuck
happened.
That was Advanced Bounce Pad Tricks Volume
close
2.
to the
Yeah.
wall.
It just made me like bounce to the top of the wall and grab on.
Yeah, surrounded
dog
by all
shit.
these people.
Oh man, that was a good game though. I made decent points. Joe probably made really good
58.
points. Yeah, not
Nice.
bad.
Not bad.
Dude, that was
Yeah,
lame
that
as fuck
sucked.
that the bounce pad did that
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
Oh my
that
gosh.
sucks.
That's a clip right there. That's a congratulations, you played yourself clip. Take like the DJ Khaled voiceover.
Fly, compadre. Let's fly.
Boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 ba-dum, boom, 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 ba-dum, boom.
I make this look good. I'm literally this hair, this face. Oh, come on.
I accept the challenge.
Introducing your champion.
I wish all of you could fight tomorrow too, but you'll be dead. I'm the jump master. Charge down over there. Whatever it is, it's got a kick.
Heard that.
Yeah, we should loot quick and start running before the wall moves in. Because every time we do the edge of the map, we wind up
Can you feel the speed?
racing against the wall.
Yeah.
Got one here.
So I just need to get in the mindset of like, there's all this loot there, but there's also all this loot between there and the end of the game.
Yeah. I can't leave any loot behind. No loot left behind.
I mean, that's how I feel.
Uh-oh. Somebody's right here with me. That's not a gun. Why am I still running that way?
Shit, shit. Somebody's with me too.
Oh, that's what I
I've
get for
heard this
chasing me,
bitch
you
a little
hoe.
bit.
Killed an enemy. Dang.
There's a medic with a shotty
I gotta
on me.
get out of here.
There's a blue shield up here, Graham.
Fucked up. What, at
Yeah.
the top of this thing?
Yep.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Do you have any heals by any
Uh,
chance? I got wrecked.
Phoenix kit here.
Oh, sweet.
And I got 81 light and I'm double light. But
Kill leader. Soon to be me.
I say we zip that way and work our way around to zeros.
Do you have any shotgun bullets? I only have
No,
8.
do you have a, what's your other gun?
P2020 with 20
Well, if
bullets.
you got a heavy, I got 40 heavy for you.
Nah, I got nothing. Alright. They're in there. Yeah. That would be a trap. God damn it, man. All 3 of them are just waiting at the fucking door. I'm down by myself.
Down there.
Oh,
Good try. That shit was hectic.
yeah. Super duper. Oh man, I downed the medic. I couldn't stay in finisher.
Oh, you downed her? I knew you fucked her up. I didn't know. Good shit.
Pop this box real quick. Blue, white,
Pop
light.
that box. Pop that box. Pop that box. Pop that box.
Trash. Oh, good news. I got the first piece.
Yeah, sweet.
I got great news. Piece then. Yes. Are you guys still getting that? Like after
Yep.
every single game? Just in case you forgot.
Guess what? You got something.
Yeah,
you
mine
can't
seemed to
touch.
stop doing it.
Wish mine would stop doing. I keep thinking I got something cool, and then I'll let down after every single game. Oh.
This is going to be fun. I make this look good. Literally, this hair, this face. I mean, come on, you see it? Steamed up and ready to burn.
This is your champion.
Willing test subjects.
I am the jump. This
I'm the jump master.
goes without saying.
Me. It's me. I'm the jump master. Where do you want to go?
Anyway, Mario,
It's
yeah,
me,
whatever.
your jump master.
you want to do one of these bitches?
Yeah,
There,
let's
there.
do repulsor. I do enjoy the repulsor.
Sí, por favor. I love this part.
Get one of them repulsive ass games at the repulsor ass place.
How about this way?
Uh-oh, you're broadcasting, Joe? I just got the message now. If I would have known, I would have logged off because I didn't consent to those last few hours on broadcast.
Yeah, man. Well, guess what? We live in a consent-free America. I've been grabbed you by the pussy.
I gotta select
I got a
fire.
Mozambique with a purple bolt and hammer point, so
Fucking
it's actually
sweet.
probably not that bad. But
Oh, and hammer point? Oh, man.
The champion
When they had those gold ones, I was tearing shit up.
and your next champion.
and the master. Need a light gun like yesterday.
Can you guys hear me?
Can hear you now.
Is over here.
Can now. And
Yeah, my
before
headset
that.
fucked up there.
Can't.
Do I risk the hammer point? Do I go with the Mozam? Or keep the no,
Was there a shirt over
keep
there?
the
No.
master.
You guys remember?
I didn't notice.
Yeah, I'd go with the man.
Dropping.
Oh, some enemies, enemies.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit. Alright, I'm gonna go outside.
Let's try to get up and around and flank them. Oh, they're up. They're up here already. What? I hit them for like 80 damage. There's a Mirage out this door.
Yeah, I hit the raid for a lot. Dude, it's so laggy.
There's a,
Motherfucker flew up in there at zero. You're like
there's a
crawling out.
Mirage up there. He just opened the door.
Yeah, I just got down. Oh, he's right here on the landing.
Yeah, I was burning the shit out of myself. I missed my throw.
My shit
Oh.
just turned incredibly laggy. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, I got the first piece. Did you guys get that?
Oh, shit. Nah, I didn't get that yet. Jealous. You ready, Joe?
I might have to restart my console or something. I'm still on the loading screen. Wait,
Yeah,
it just.
really.
Yeah, my shit's fucking up here. Let me restart my console real quick.
Alright.
I'll be right. You know, can you
Yeah.
wait? Can you give me about 2 minutes? I'm just gonna restart my whole internet and
Alright.
shit,
Yeah.
just in case, because I don't know if it's my console or the. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yo, so you know how I talked about Macari has a garbage art and like actually garbage art sells? I think there's other people
yeah.
who have realized this. Cause like some of it, like the stuff like that I saw sold was like not like obviously garbage. Like it was like somebody tried and like they're not very good, but they're practicing and whatever. So like this is what they're selling. But here is a Pikachu that, I mean, it takes balls to ask $25 for this. I'll put it in the group chat. I mean, if it's a kid or whatever, then that's fine. I don't know that a kid can legally sell on Macari because, like, you need, like, a bank account because everything is, there's no meeting up, everything gets shipped. So, there's got to be an adult that's involved in it. So, like, if it is a kid, that's cool, like, yeah, like, sell stuff, but, like, that is not a good Pikachu.
Think somebody bought it?
No, there is you can check that, just like eBay. Let's see.
Yeah.
I forget how to do that.
What do you just search garbage art or something?
No, it's under handmade, and then there's like paintings or drawings or whatever. Let's see.
Why don't you try to sell some of your shit?
I'm going to. I took a picture of a couple. I have been having a lot of trouble just like even being creative. I try every day. Like I've been doing a lot of digital. I've been just messing around with the iPad. So like on top of being non-creative, having like art block, not knowing what to draw, everything I try to draw doesn't look good, and I'm learning like a new medium. It's all just stressful.
Maybe you just need to take a couple days off, refresh, reset.
I don't know. I don't know. And I noticed that like Pisces are creative people. That's always been like in my thing, and I never really thought I was a creative person.
Oh, that's good.
It's like and they're not always creative in the best ways. One thing I would read a lot is like they will tell you whatever you want to hear, kind of thing. So they will like basically lie to you to like either get what they want or to get what they want. So if they want you to feel better, they'll lie about whatever. I mean, like, or if they're trying to like hustle you out of stuff. And then they're also just creative people. And I've noticed now that like I've really been trying to be creative. Like when I can't be creative, it actually like ruins my mood. It's like I have stuff. Yeah, like if I have like something in my head that I'm like, I see something and I get inspired and I'm like, that makes me want to draw or paint or whatever, and I'm gonna do that. And then I sit down and it's like, and I know like you can't just sit down and right out of the gate draw something cool. You have to warm up. You know what I mean? You have to get bring the muscle memory back and get your wrist loosen up and whatever. So I do that and I sit there for like, you know what I mean, an hour, and it's still just kind of looking like Garbo.
Well, maybe just think like, why don't you like it as shaping and practice, work on whatever like this in, like analyze it, like maybe the lines are off.
Yeah, I mean that is some of it. Like I'm not good at drawing people. Every time I try to draw people, like I can get like the shape of a person down, but like childishly. So like I can get like a person at like front view, but then like drawing hands or feet is tough. Drawing faces is horrible.
Well, there's a bunch of step-by-step things how to do that. When I used to draw when I was younger, how to draw faces and hands, and you draw like hands. You can do like ovals for like each joint of the finger. Faces, you draw like an oval, and then you put like a curved line where the middle of their face would be, in their eyes, you don't think about it, but it seems like people's eyes are like towards the top of their head. It's actually like right
Yeah.
around the middle. And that's one reason people's faces look funny, because you have to put the eyes right in the middle. It doesn't seem right, but it is, and then it looks good when you do
Yeah,
it.
I have a like a how to draw cartoons, because I've always had troubles with not really realism, but like more accurately depict people. So I bought a book on how to draw cartoons, because if I can just turn people into cartoons, they don't have to be realistic, and I can probably get away with it.
Yeah, that's problem
Yeah, but like
solved.
even that is like I can draw
So-
what's in the book, but I can't like create my own cartoons. Just don't have.
Did you ever end up drawing Janina as a cartoon like you
No,
wanted to, or whatever?
I just my fingers won't work. I don't know. I just can't.
Yeah. I was hoping you eventually would have told her why I was like shadily screenshotting her profile.
I will. I want to do. I
Looks
still
weird,
want to
like-
do that for even though her birthday's like way past. I'll just be like, yeah, I drew it, but like I just couldn't give it to you. So like, it's just been sitting here. I drew it.
Yeah, have you even seen her
No.
yet? That would work out.
So
Like, yeah, I drew it the day before your birthday, and it's been sitting here the whole
Yeah.
time.
that, and also, Swam's
Oh,
dog
sorry.
passed away a couple months ago. So I want to do a like a dog, a cartoon version of her dog, sort of. So I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's probably like that.
Joe, did you do this painting you sent a picture of?
No. No, that is one of the things that's for sale on Macari for $25.
Oh, okay. You're not really buying that, are you?
I was
You already
showing
bought
I
it.
was showing you guys that like
Examples
Yeah.
of garbage art.
Like you were
That's-
buying it, you were putting it in your cart.
so like
If I was starting to say that thing's kind of a
Yeah.
piece of shit.
and yeah, and somebody's and they're asking $25 for it, and then you can like do promotions where you like take 10% off or whatever. So like if it doesn't sell in like a week,
Oh,
you just
okay.
do that. And anybody that's looked at it, oh, we got people. Caustic right
Where's the
that
other
way.
one? Is that the only guy?
I killed an enemy.
The blue shirt here.
Level 2.
Go for it. I'll take your wallet.
So I got a triple take and a mastiff.
Got the Eva of Justice.
Yeah, I don't have a bag though.
Oh, there's an L-Star. I'll take that. Show me.
And then which way you want to go?
Caustic were
Did you finish that person? They did
No.
die, right?
Yeah, I finished him.
this
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. Oh, good shit. Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
he's right
right
there.
close by.
Or maybe it's a decoy. I don't know.
Getting hurt over here.
No, I hit
No,
the
that was
guy
them.
for
I hit him.
30 points.
There's fucking gas over here, too.
Taking damage,
Yeah.
friends.
I don't know where he went.
This way, this way.
Got him.
You bitch. Where is he? Let me finish him with execution. I need the shield
He
cell.
can't be that far.
Where are they at? Here he is.
Quite the
Ooh, and another blue shirt.
Oh yeah.
I hear somebody.
Dropping a havoc. There's the energy for the havoc.
Where
I
you
don't know. I
hearing?
heard footsteps.
Pop a syringe real quick.
All right, I'm dropping this triple take for that havoc. So there's a choke,
Triple take here.
all that stuff in there.
Sniper stock here. Level 1.
Looking at these bins.
There
real
they
quick.
are.
Okay.
Where? That's that caustic. Was he trying to lure us back there?
I finished the first guy, so
Oh, that's another
maybe
squad.
another
There's a
squad.
Birdman there.
There's one right here.
They're probably
ran
going
that
back
way,
in
one
for
of
their
them.
buddy banner.
We have time.
Probably. You want to chase
Yeah.
him?
Okay.
Could be a trap. Sit there.
Just check your corners.
I think I'm hearing them. I think they're.
Uh,
Yeah, I heard him too.
Something like that.
Here he is, dude.
nice.
Got him.
Wow, looks like that was the last.
Wasn't there caustic too though? Didn't anybody else see that?
30 seconds.
Yeah, somebody was setting traps.
You don't have a sniper, do you? There's 16 sniper ammo in there.
Yeah, I got this for you.
Nah.
Oh, you already have one of those. Okay.
Let's go here. The ring's close. 10 seconds.
New kill leader appointed.
Someone's gotta take out the new kill leader. They're too cocky.
Ring. Moving now.
Try to move towards the circle. Be more likely to find and shoot, kill people, or not. Okay.
It's go time.
Oh, there's smoke down there.
Oh,
my audio was down.
yeah.
I didn't hear ya.
Yeah, on the roof.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
I got nothing to shoot at him with from this distance.
Care package being delivered.
Sending out my decoy.
Dude going up the
Somebody's
blue.
going up right here behind us.
Oh, look. Someone.
Down.
I'm down.
Bam,
Behind
bam,
us,
where'd
rock.
this do that?
He was down there. I broke his shield. Hit him more.
I broke his soul.
Hit him for 20. Oh, he's healed up. Airstrike, airstrike.
I need to get a real gun. Oh,
I got one dude down in
oh
here.
my god, dude, I shouldn't have. Okay, I'm gonna try to get
No,
you.
there's someone behind you.
Oh
Oh,
my
shit.
god.
I got everything under control.
Fuck. Oh my god.
I gotta get my gun back. Fuck.
Sergeant Shields.
I'm trying to get away.
This is taking too long.
Oh, there's bullets all in there.
Broke his shield. Hit him for 22 or more.
Alright.
Oh, yo, hey, what the fuck was that?
Giving my shields a bam.
He just launched something in a smoke. Oh.
Knocked him. Look at that guy falling from the fucking
Hell
grenade
yeah.
at me.
Oh, where's this fool?
Reloading. Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
Yeah, that was with the Havoc as he was going up the fucking thing.
Reloading.
I killed an enemy.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Level 1. Great.
Oh, I think I'm hearing somebody. You hearing that?
There probably is somebody else.
Oh yeah, raid
didn't-
portal.
He didn't turn into a box.
Key over here.
Oh shit, the storm's coming.
Oh, he went into
Oh,
the portal.
yeah.
Fuck, he was getting himself up.
Reloading.
Reloading.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
One sec, healing up.
Yeah.
Did you get him? Oh, and
Yeah,
circles
there's
are
a
closing,
bullet.
boys. Heal quick.
Optics here. Close range.
I think there was a gold Spitfire in there. Shit. I can't-
Skull Piercer or something. I don't think it was a
Nah,
Spitfire.
there was definitely a gold gun. Yeah,
Oh, I forgot there
gold
was a
Spitfire.
portal.
I don't have the bullets for it.
Oh shit.
Ah, fuck.
I didn't get it. I thought it was a Skull Piercer or something else.
I got heals for us once we can get. Okay, we're going through pit.
Yeah, I guess it's about as close as. Oh shit.
Yeah, I've never seen a gold Spitfire.
Yeah, I don't know if I have either.
The other way's probably faster to.
Yeah, go the other way if it's easy for you.
Guys, real quick, what kind of ammo what kind
Shotgun
of guns
and
are you
energy.
carrying? What about you, Grim?
301 and wingman. I don't really want this wingman. I want something else.
Check it out.
How much ammo you got for your wingman?
118.
Heavy ammo here.
Oh, okay. You're
And here's
okay,
another
never mind.
20.
20. Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, take what you
I
want there.
could
There's
use
20
light.
light.
mostly.
There's that.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
That's
There-
pretty
med
good.
kits, guys. I don't have any other heals besides. I still have med kits.
Yeah, I could use one of them.
Like if you have syringes to spare.
Yeah, I
need
wish I had a
syringes?
syringe.
Here,
Oh, I
here's
could
two
use a
syringes.
syringe instead of a med kit.
Well, no, you can keep the med kit.
You want to take this
You
other
can
med
keep the
kit?
med kit. I just.
Okay. Yeah, got you.
I am repairing myself.
2 kills, top 10. I'll take it.
Smell, yeah.
With my sweet ass Nintendo NES Mastiff.
Oh yeah, okay. When I was spectating you, I saw the joystick on the other side. That was pretty
Yeah, it's got
cool.
like a screen.
That whole skin is
Yeah, I
badass.
really like it. It's got like a little screen with Mega Man on it.
I'll
or
tell
some
you.
shit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
So we got 1 minute on the next one. The next one will hurt.
All right.
I'm gonna check out that way. I don't know.
I was just looking because oh, wait a minute. Oh,
Oh yeah, all the doors are open and shit.
I just thought I might have seen somebody as well. I was.
Oh, you need a knockdown zero if you find one.
45 seconds till ring closer.
Okay.
Don't need
People are
Oh wait, I have a.
fighting up top there.
Yeah, I'll put that there.
Can we move it wall?
Sure. Oh, there's a
Ooh,
U.
I see
There's
a
a
Want to take
house
the
right
balloon
here.
on?
I don't know if you need it.
close range.
Oh, I got a couple. I want to check this box.
Oh, there's a purple death box over here in the river.
Oh, so there's 2 more in here.
Oh, okay.
Here's a white knockdown. There's a 3x in that same box with that.
Gotta hop up here. Select
Oh, there we go.
You got a
Some bullets.
prowler?
here. Flatline here.
Oh,
10
that
seconds.
prow.
The
There
ring
was
is
one
fairly
back,
close.
but it was kind of far.
Alright,
I don't have time to go
take
back
that.
for it.
Yeah, circle will be coming in.
Put that shit on my cool gun. Oh, purple shotgun bolt. Hell yes.
Here's an. We didn't get one
Okay.
yet. Yeah. But it's kind of dangerous running up here. Do you want to do that, or
Yeah,
we can sneak that way? It's up to you
Whatever.
guys. I mean,
well,
I don't
that's
mind
fine.
either
That's
way.
fine.
Whatever
You
you
want
want.
to sneak around the edge? That way, second way.
I would run up here. I want to get
Oh,
involved.
so you want to go? Okay. Now we're
Yeah.
split.
But I know some.
Okay, hey, we went the other way, so we're gonna be on the other
Oh
side.
fuck! Oh, you guys ain't got
Yeah,
that. Okay.
you want to go around and sneak around, so we were doing that, and then you went up to get involved.
Hostile spotted.
I thought you said whichever way you want, so then I said, alright, well, I'd rather go get involved.
Yeah, we were already down the river at that point.
Shit, another
Yeah.
squad.
Yeah, you want to back out?
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Get
I'm
a
up here
hectic.
healing.
Yeah, we can go up this way.
Uh,
Oh shit, they're fucking me up. They're fucking me up.
Get back up.
yeah, I'm getting fucked up.
Go into that little thing.
Let's go here.
Dart shots fired and they're hitting me.
I'm getting
Zigzag,
fucked up.
zigzag.
Serpentine.
It works, it rhymes. Yeah, we can go up high ground on them. Up this little shit here.
I got a Phoenix kit if y'all need it.
Yeah, there's like gunfire on all sides of us. I need shields.
Anybody got
I
a
got
single
one big,
sword?
one little.
Yeah, I
I'm
got
out of
shields.
shields.
Here.
I've got a med kit, I just hate to use it for 10 health. I might just let it wait till I get hurt a little or something. Or I'll trade a med kit for a
Here's,
syringe, either one.
Here, just take a syringe. Take a
He
syringe.
like grabbed that big
Okay,
shield
thank
out of the air. That was pretty awesome.
Repairing.
I did.
One of you is dead.
No. Oh,
No, I did.
I didn't.
Like I didn't even hear it hit the ground.
Oh, we're running out of the circle now.
30 seconds.
Just-
Rings close.
Sneaking back on these fools.
Oh, they're fighting down there. Hey.
Yeah, they were down there. Oh, I hear people.
They're below
Right
us.
there.
Going through my grenade.
11 seconds.
We only got 10 seconds. Yeah, if we can just keep them pinned in and then run back up the hill.
Oh, there's one right behind this shit.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I fell
Oh,
down.
Grim, you better come back, bud.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
I just broke the armor of that medic. Yeah, let's get the fuck out.
Alright.
They're zipping up.
Care package coming in.
Oh, oh. Yeah, go where Grim's going.
Frag out. Sending out my team.
Oh, they're right here.
Yeah, we need to retreat. We need to retreat.
I am taking fire, friends.
Retreat, retreat.
He'll die in the storm. Yeah, just leave.
Yep, just got an assisted
Yep,
elimination.
they're dead. Oh, no, but I'm gonna fucking die. Goddamn. Oh my god. I almost fucking died.
Just gotta patch myself up.
Charging on my shields.
Oh,
We showed
shit,
them
all out of
who's fault.
shields.
I got you.
Hell yeah, we did. Thank you, my brother.
Battery here.
I got no troubles left
I
now.
have one grenade.
I can zip us somewhere.
Damn, there's still 7 squads. Shit. Wanna check
Oh
on the
shit, there's a,
outskirts?
there's a squad
Oh, shit,
down there.
there's two
Yeah,
more in
yeah.
there.
Oh shit, there's
shit.
somebody up there. And there's people over there.
Oh yeah, I just got sniped
Burning
from
one of
across the
us
way.
Yeah,
Burning more. Burning
yeah,
more.
yeah.
I gotta heal up.
Got one down.
We're
How the
separated. We're
fuck? They
split.
shot me like through the fucking box.
I am down.
Yeah, I got one of them down, boys. There's 2 of them fucking me up.
Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
Alright, you wanna come get these dudes, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To do extra work. Rings close. 1 more minute.
Oh, I can't get up there.
Don't even worry about my batteries.
Robots down.
Yeah, kid. Up
Yeah,
on that
I'm
rock.
almost out of.
45 seconds.
You guys might want to just retreat down the hill. Do not worry about my banner. You can't revive me anyway.
Well, I need more ammo. I only have like 20 energy
Oh
rounds.
yeah, they're on the revive.
I have wide in my shit.
They're coming up on us. They're right up top of this shit.
Nice.
Oh no, the robot got himself up. Is what happened.
Yeah, that dude's still up there.
Fuck.
Recharging shields.
Charging shields.
He's gonna have to move in 15
You guys
seconds.
got 15 seconds. You gotta move. You don't have time to lose.
Throwing a grenade at him.
Sending out a decoy.
I only have 26. Oh, I just did 40 to him. It's a Wraith and he's moving.
Yeah, speed
that dude
boost.
He
left?
just ran.
Yeah, he ran away.
Wake up. Rings
Oh, we gotta go.
Oh, shit. Yeah, we can't get caught in this shit. Yeah. You
Yeah,
could
let's
zip
do
and
that.
jump off or something right here.
Yeah.
Taking him out with a decoy.
Alright, so I have 40 heavy bullets. I swap guns.
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
I can give you some.
I got a bunch of shotguns too, but
Damn, there's still 7 squads left.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
just a box would be good.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
Oh shit. Somebody over there.
Bad guy.
Here. There you go.
Thank you.
You guys
get
are
this
in
dude.
what we call the kill box.
You see him?
No, I don't know where he went.
Rockstar out.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh yeah, Rocket Storm.
Oh, it's the same Wraith. Broker shield. She just jumped back down
people
to
are on
you.
the other-
Nice.
good shit, boys.
Oh boy. Tubes o'clock.
Purple Evo.
Close range.
45 seconds.
Yeah.
Ring's not too far. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I just put that in there. I would keep it, but it's empty. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure,
it's almost empty. Yeah.
or almost. And I only have 2 little shield cells. That's it.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
got
gotta
one
hurry.
big, one little.
Attention, gang. Not far from the
All right.
ring.
Oh shit!
Seconds left.
How's there still all these squads and there's 30 fucking seconds left?
Look how small this shit is.
Yeah, you guys might win.
Can
with the
we go
circle.
under this?
Oh shit, that'd be hilarious.
Oh my god, I think I'm gonna be stuck.
Yeah, you might have just killed us, Graham.
At least the ring's close.
Oh. Shit.
Oh, you couldn't get further up in there?
I don't think so.
Oh, somebody's right up here.
We're already in the ring.
This is shotgun territory. I'm ready for this.
Oh.
You're getting shot by everybody. Fuck, man.
Bullets down. Oh, I'm reloading. Oh, somebody else killed her.
Charging on my shield.
Other side of that.
Fuck, how's there still so many squads?
Need a light ammo here.
There's a gold box right here.
Is there a shirt? Fuck. No. Oh shit. Ah!
One more
Oh my god. And there's heals and shit. Oh,
3 other squads.
There's a bunch of heals
Yeah,
in here too.
yeah, I got
I'll just
some
pick
heals
up
out of
whatever
that.
I can.
Oh, I need ammo.
Ring's close. 45 seconds.
Oh my god, I
You guys got to keep your eyes open. There's
here. Do you want some medkits?
Shit, I need fucking ammo.
Don't slow down now. Only 2 other squads left. 30 seconds until the ring closes. You like cutting it close, huh? I dig that.
a dude in that building too, guy.
Oh yeah, that building. Shit, the ring's moving in. 3 squads. Make sure you're fully loaded. It's gonna be fucking crazy.
Oh, they're getting somebody up right here.
What the fuck? I'm stuck! Fuck! There's a caustic under here. Fuck! I got stuck sliding down the hill and I like, couldn't stop. I was just like kept me in a crouched position, so like, I couldn't stand up. So I just kept sliding.
Ooh, damn, we were stomping ass. Good game,
We
Green.
were hammering some motherfuckers.
Fuck, man, we should have fucking had that.
That's
Yeah,
cool,
I
though.
got-
Shit.
I was trying to like do a big shield cell and then the storm moved in, so then not only did I lose half or like 3/4 of my health, but then my shields weren't done either. So I just I got fucked. But that was, damn, there's still 2 other squads there.
And that was insane.
Yeah,
That was so good though. Yeah, that was fun.
yeah,
That
I've
was fun.
never. That's crazy. Yeah, it is incredibly
128
small.
points, and I'm now silver 1.
Good shit.
And I got the first piece.
Ballin'. Oh,
Alright,
damn.
I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Man, that Pikachu painting is dog shit. Oh man.
You're not gonna buy it?
Yeah. I wouldn't pay $250 for it. I wouldn't pay $350 for that.
I didn't even treat Fitty. Yeah, but it looks like some people might actually make money doing that.
I might
Sound
pay
like
25
shit like
pesos
that.
for it if I was out of toilet paper.
That'd make it worth
It's probably acrylic paint and probably rough texture on your butt.
it. It's better than pine cones.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I realized I had to go to the bathroom when I was working. I was like, oh my god, I have to go to bed.
I'll be right back.
I'm mixing up a Juggernaut Energy in my little 16-ounce tumbler.
Oh shit!
Mine are made of steel.
Well, I mean, I figure
A
we're having
couple
a
of
good
guys.
night. I haven't had a good night in a while. Like, the game's good and I'm having fun.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time we do some fighting.
Yeah, you might as well stay up till tomorrow night
Yeah.
and play again. It's kind of funny, like you just mentioned that. I just saw on Facebook some girl posted. This is weird. I can't believe this is a strange thing to post. It says, what's her name is feeling annoyed at 1:10 a.m. No sleep. At least it's been a while since a sleepless night.
Well, okay.
I just couldn't. I mean, it just
What
seems
up, Callum? Yeah, I would
That's
definitely
like
let you
a-
know, buddy.
that's like not even worthy of a tweet.
Absolutely let you know. I mean, people tweet and show on Instagram like, look, I'm having a cheeseburger for lunch. So like, I don't get
Yeah,
get
that's
what's
true,
up with
that's
these
true.
kids these days.
Yeah, I don't even.
All I know is I got my Juggernaut Energy.
He's
I
crazy.
reach
kid.
these kids. What is the Juggernaut Energy? Is that the
Yeah,
brand
that's
or
the
is that a
brand.
certain?
Heard that.
I haven't seen
It's,
those yet.
It's a powder that you mix, and it's supposedly got a bunch of like good stuff in it for you. It's like supposed to be clean energy and whatever. I bought it because
Okay.
buddy of mine.
Makes you run
Yeah.
through walls.
Yeah. Buddy of mine was he's got an affiliate link, so I bought it to help him out. Really, he's been talking about it for months. He's been using it, loves it, likes it. That's a weird position. I can't pick that up.
Extended heavy mag here.
Um,
Level 2. Optics here. Close range.
but so I got it for that to help it really. But oh, Mastiff, yeah, I'm dropping this. I know y'all like those.
Oh yeah.
Shotgun ammo here.
These guys I used to work with at the phone company mixed up some sort of concoction of like either 2 energy drinks or an energy drink and some coffee or something. They made up some kind of fucked up super energy drink and they called it an FUKT.
Close range.
And one of them drank like too much of it one day and they went to lunch at McDonald's or something and he was like standing in line and he said he
Where's
started
that?
like feeling
I-
palpitations and
Oh,
shit.
shit.
I can't ping that use site. I don't know. What
It's up on the top.
And he didn't drink any more of them.
Yeah, I would think not. Like,
On the top?
it's up there somewhere.
Not the circle site. I thought you just pinged one like
Oh,
down
that was a 2x. I pinged down there.
over here somewhere. Oh, okay. No, here it is. Yeah, you did. I just picked it up. Why are you lying to me, yo?
Ping that.
Grim, did you see that I pinged
It said thanks,
don't
mechanic.
Prowler and a
It did.
flatline?
It was right before the blue one. It
I think
100%
you're
did.
making.
Wait, what'd you say, Zia?
Did you see that I pinged a Prowler and a flatline? There's
Oh
like
yeah,
2 flatlines, I
I
think.
got the flatline. Yeah.
Maybe I got one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dropping the Havoc. I'm going heavy also with you fellows.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Heavy mode.
I'll take that. Kids, the ring's closing in 1 minute.
Actually, I don't need that. I just found
I'm
that
gonna
one. Use heavy bullets. I only have 12.
What was that you were saying about looting ahead of the ring?
We're dumb and we never
Something
do
about
it.
let's die
Never
in the
do it.
ring or something.
Yeah, we got a long ass
Where
run.
were those flat lines? Not that I'm gonna go get them if they're too.
They were in the around the building.
I got
yours
one of them.
looks like you're standing on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
in,
around there.
in
If I
that,
had to guess.
in the
Something like that.
inside the building you're
Yeah,
standing
no,
on.
I was just in there. It's not there.
If there's still
It's
one
fine,
there.
It's fine. I got a
Oh, okay.
prowess. I'm good. I just.
Oh yeah,
There
you
you
know,
go.
I think there were two,
There's
and I got.
another one.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, just because my other gun's a Mastiff, so I don't know if I really want to commit to 2 short-range weapons.
Yeah. Really though.
I just saw a Loba shit go out.
Or
Oh, really? That
Not
close?
super close, but in the next area, like somewhere over there by that balloon.
Check out here.
you want to take this balloon?
Yeah.
You got a pretty far run. Oh, it's not too bad. Do you want to chase the Loba, or do you want to go somewhere else?
I don't care. I don't care, brah.
I guess I'm.
You're captain for now.
Do what I want.
You're in the front, so you
Team
get to be
captain.
the captain.
Oh no.
White stabilizer.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take this.
Lots of light ammo.
instead of- there was a.
Oh yeah. Oh, that is a select fire. Well, you have a
No, I
trailer,
dropped
right,
it
Joe?
down where
No.
that flat line was.
Did you want that
No.
3x, Joe? Or either of
He
you?
doesn't
Okay.
use them, and I pinged it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped it back before we took the balloon.
Ah, okay.
I can carry it for a little bit. See if we'll get another one.
I got. Okay.
Oh,
well,
here's shotgun shells if you want.
What do you have, a Havoc or
No,
something you put
no,
on
I would just
without
drop
affecting
a
anything?
grenade.
I'll just
Yeah,
drop
that's
a
what I was
burning
gonna
for it.
drop for.
Oh, cool. Thank you, man. Gonna get, yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
fun. Shit, you wanna loot this place real quick? Silly question.
There's syringes over there also.
We got 4. I think I'm gonna cash right now.
They just eliminated. No, they didn't. There's still part of them
Ooh.
left. You guys ready for
You
this
ready,
shit?
Let's
I'm
go.
ready, bro. Yeah.
You see the dome. Oh, there's dudes down low.
Oh, looks like they just turned the boxes.
Oh shit. Somebody's in this smoke.
All right. Somebody's up on. Oh, he's chasing them.
What? She just one-shotted me.
I got one down. Oh shit!
Yeah, I got
Listen,
a
I'm
shield
back
up for you.
here.
I'm coming.
Where's she at? Where's she at?
Nice, I just got an assisted win for that.
Two people ran away. Two people ran away, so they might come back on us.
Oh no,
There they are.
they,
There
they
they are.
were
Okay.
decoys.
Oh, that. Oh, it's a goddamn decoy. Here, over here, over here, over here.
Dude, I don't know how I hit him shooting through a bush. I couldn't see shit.
Way to go,
He's
dog.
right there behind that log, yeah.
I'm crawling into bushes.
There's still people over there.
Somebody's coming up behind you. No, they're up. They're up there. I'm
Somebody's here on
crawling
me.
away.
Someone else is over there.
Oh,
Joe, if you can get away,
Yeah.
you might want to. You too, Grant.
oh shit, the wall's coming in. I'm trying to get zero up.
Got
Oh,
her.
hell.
Knocked her.
Oh, it's
Somebody
just
else
round
is
one.
shooting
Just round
now.
one. I'll heal as soon as I.
Charging on my shields.
Enemy killed.
There might be
Yeah,
two
there is.
squads
There's
around
somebody
this,
else
guys. There's
shooting
guys
over
up
there.
on top of the original shit.
Oh yeah, I can see them over there.
Recharging shields.
Barrels, extended light mag here.
Ah, someone send that to Gage. Fucking drone
Fuck.
shit.
It's going.
Fuck your drone, bitch. I need heavy. I only have 42 bullets.
Yeah, I haven't seen any in their boxes.
Full blue shirt. Oh, never mind. Not full.
Oh, somebody's coming, Grim.
Oh no.
I rate the one away. She's hit for about 70.
Oh shit! Somebody's already on me. Fuck.
I broke the shield of the one up on the hill.
There's another one a little further down.
Okay. Another damn drone.
I guess he's trying to get. You destroyed it before he could get his shit.
We're retreating over here. Where'd you go?
Oh, he
bitch?
ran away. He ran all the way away.
Yeah, yeah, they're
where's-
going. Okay.
Oh, there was another guy.
Yeah,
though.
no, the
Yeah.
crypto just used his drone from over there somewhere to pick up his teammates.
And there was a wraith too. Also a wraith.
Oh, we got a minute 5. Fuck, is there any more boxes to loot?
Damn, I need to swap for a light gun of some
There's
shit.
there's boxes over
Yeah,
there.
I
I
can't
think
find
I
any
think the
heavy.
crypto was in here.
Okay, okay.
We got 47 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I'm running for this nearby box here.
What do you think is over here? Yeah, light ammo here.
Ooh, here we go. A little bit of bullets. 30 seconds.
Backpack here. Level 2. Don't worry,
Alright.
I won't slow you down.
I got some heals. There's throwables if somebody wants them.
Frag grenade here.
Hey guys, more light here.
Yeah, there's a blue bag. You should grab that.
Another frag here. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
snatching
committing
that.
to this flatline. 12 seconds. We gotta go. We gotta go.
There's a select fire. Do you have a prowler? No.
Yeah, I just dropped that one.
Oh,
I'm kind of proud, and I need the space for throwables.
All right, I got a bunch of heals. I don't have any throwables, but
Ring, moving.
I can definitely
Oh shit, this wasn't even looted yet.
share some heals.
This is round
Oh, that
2
was your
closing
round.
on us.
Okay.
Grenade. Blue
Uh,
bag.
What do you think is over here?
I'll give some of them to Grim after the storm. Storm's on you. Storm's on you. Run, run, run.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
round
yeah,
2.
yeah.
Sorry, you guys are right on it. And there's people ahead of us.
All right, I got more heals.
Gotta patch myself up.
Yeah, here's a couple of syringes. Here's a white heavy mag.
Ooh, these bins aren't open.
All right, here we go.
Frag grenade here. Open supply bin over here.
There's an arc star.
Anybody need shield cells or anything? Everybody's good on everything?
I'm good.
You want to go down or up and around?
Whatever. Yeah.
That way.
Maybe up. Yeah, it's
That's right on the edge of the map, so that might be better.
yeah.
So I guess they were in there. I don't know.
That's what it sounded
Oh
like.
no!
I think.
Right
oh
here,
yeah, yeah.
Right here.
Oh,
somebody
shit.
shot him from below though.
Rings right there.
There are also people where you first said. I saw gunfire
They
going
might,
up.
they might try to zip
Yeah.
up the looted
Okay.
box.
And it's a red box, so. Yep, here they come.
Oh yeah, here they
There we
come.
go.
Oh, one down. 2 clowny down. got a gold shield.
Oh, he got in position. I couldn't stop him from.
Recharging shields.
His partner's running away though.
Reloading.
Nice.
I got him.
Took out an enemy.
Still hearing
There are
somebody.
heals in there. Yep.
Giving my shield. Standard stock here. Level 3.
Somebody over there.
Okay.
Charging on my shield.
Frag out. Already there.
They're gonna get burned.
Yo, we should def check out that care package. Mira, body shields here. Level 3.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Syringe, shield cell here.
Get out there.
Select fire and prowler.
Prowler SMG here.
And 200 heavy bullets.
Dude.
Optics here. Close range.
That's
that?
0 going up.
That's me.
Oh
That's me.
shit. There's,
Oh, somebody's shooting
Oh,
us from
shit.
across the river.
From across
You
the
might want to
river.
come up
Yeah.
that zip line.
Then we're stuck up there, aren't we? Can we go anywhere else?
Back up.
no, I don't think we can get around without him.
Is there a
Oh,
way
I guess
to go up there?
I'm
No.
wrong. I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. I can throw us a
you
zip
wanna go-
line like down to the
Well, I'm-
toward the.
yeah, I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
doing
Never
this.
mind. I'm coming to
Okay.
Grim.
There's a beautiful jump pad just sitting here.
Gonna push up
You guys
towards
want to
them?
go push
Or down the
whichever
river?
you want to do. Got a minute and a half. I don't.
This
I mean,
way.
I can throw us a zip line back down the river if we need to.
Bam goes the boozle. Giving my shields a recharge.
I think I'm hearing them up top.
Yep. They're
Yep,
drones.
they-
They're in this. Yeah.
Bring out my decoy.
I don't have any throwables.
I've some. Where are they?
I don't see anybody yet. I don't
I'm
know.
going to climb on the roof.
Maybe
of
it was
this
you
little
guys.
shit,
I didn't realize
just
you
in case
climbed
they're
all
in
the way
here.
up. We got 1 minute to get in the
They're not
circle.
in the building.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
shit.
Oh, they're in here though. They're in the cave. They're in the cave.
Oh,
here.
right here.
Broke one shield.
Yeah, boy. Woo.
Got the one.
Out for the count.
I knew you were an asset to this team.
Where'd this other fool go? Cheat. Over here.
Contact with enemy. They're shooting at me. Repairing.
I'm healing.
Coming.
I'm healing.
Where'd they go?
They're coming
your
around.
way. Your way.
Nice.
Reloading.
Yeah.
The whole squad. Let's
Yeah,
get this.
bitch.
That's the way it's done in the sun.
2 squads away from a win, amigos.
Oh, and they're fighting. Keep fighting.
Medkit here.
Lucky us. We are already inside the ring.
Dude, this circle may win it. No,
I
no,
see,
they're
I
right.
see a dome.
Let's go here.
Oh, I got no
Alright,
ammo.
you guys
Oh,
got our
fuck.
stars,
I do
right?
have a little ammo.
Yeah, I got some stuff.
Fire in the hole.
People were moving this way too.
Okay. I don't see where they're at yet.
Enemies right here.
Bam, there goes the
Okay, coming.
Oh,
I got one.
I hit you in the back. One of you. The arc star. Up. Here's the other
Shit.
motherfucker.
One squad left. Oh no, airstrike.
Oh
airstrike.
shit! What the fuck is fucking me up
an
so bad?
airstrike.
I thought we're like.
Oh, whoa, they fucking raped me. There's two of them coming around. Two coming around.
One
They're
down.
behind you.
Back toward Joe.
Oh, it's the last
There's
two.
two of them. There's two of them.
Broke his gun shield.
No, it's just one. It's just the Wraith. You should reload.
Spit so many bullets at
Reload
you.
your Prowler.
Shit.
Your Prowler's empty, Grim.
I don't have any shields, but I'm reloading my health.
Watch my back. They're gonna come to me, Zero.
Okay, they're coming.
The Prowler
Alright,
needs to.
I
There
just
you
need to
go.
fill up my shields. Alright, where'd they go?
Situation for you.
I don't know. I think it's
Oh,
the
over
last
there.
one though.
Oh, somebody else?
Fuck!
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that wasn't a race. Holy shit.
yeah.
I just realized, like,
I thought this was the race that I killed.
I was like, wait a minute, that looks like a
Right?
Loba. What
Look
is
on the box.
happening?
Oh, that's a
We
low.
downed. You know, we downed 2 people. One of them must have got themselves up.
You are the
Unless,
Damn,
unless
is
that was a
back-to-back
different squad.
wins?
That might have been a different squad.
No.
Yep. Oh, I don't know. Was it? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I got
Man,
128
we're
last time.
stomping
I
testicles.
got 0 kills that fucking
Fucking
game.
him
That
up.
sucked.
Oh, you're
They still
contributing.
got all
You're
the first
contributing.
place points and the assists and shit.
Yeah, I did have a couple assists, so I'll still get some decent points, I guess.
It's guys like you doing all the paperwork that we don't want to do while we're having all this sex with women that we don't want to have. That's not exactly how it goes.
Is that how it is?
On the other guys.
Ah, there we go.
Like Samuel L. Jackson in The Rock talking shit to the people doing the paperwork. But that's a joke.
Sometimes we're all
You know what, 0?
Joe made the call outs
Go
that won the
fuck yourself.
game.
Bam.
What were you even aiming for? There wasn't even an awning. When they jump off the roof. Like, we're doing this, partner? Then they jump.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
There
yeah,
goes
yeah.
my hero. Watching
That shit was hilarious.
And he's like, and they're at the funeral, like, what were they even aiming for? There wasn't even an awning. They just jumped off the roof of the building because they're so like drunk on their action hero-ness that they think they can just do that.
They crack the fucking concrete cracks around them when they land.
Yeah, after that Gibraltar, I really thought there was only
So did
one left. There
Yeah,
was-
me too. That one was like crouched in the corner the whole fucking time or
Yeah.
something.
That's
Like,
why I was really
doing
surprised
nothing.
when I was getting shot, executing to myself.
Yeah, I saw like in the thing you're like doing your moves, and I just like a wraith runs behind you, and I'm like, what? I'm so confused.
That's
So
what that
I-
was.
But like I realized like, wait a minute, she's got one of them fancy hats on. That's not a wraith. Wraith don't wear fancy hats.
just patience.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
No, let's do it. You know, let's switch it up. Let's go to Pooh Town.
Pooh Town for the win town.
Yeah.
Pound Town for
I want to take you to Brown Town.
Pound Town and then Pooh Town.
That's a mirage joke.
Fuck
Hold
you
on
up
to your
and we'll take
hold
you
on to your
Brown Town.
holograms. That's a mirage joke.
That's a mirage joke.
Yeah.
Oh, you heard the same thing?
Oh, it didn't break off soon enough. It just crashed into the wall.
Optics here.
2x here for you.
Fuck yes. Mastiff. Chopping an Eva. Dropping 1 to 2.
Optics here. Close range.
L-Star here. Mastiff here.
Ooh, this select fire. Yeah, that's circle. Oh, did somebody grab the one that's
No. Still out there.
No, I didn't.
Let's go over here.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
here-
Where
yeah,
that
here it
thing
is.
I thought it disappeared pretty quick, so I wasn't sure. Yeah, the place seemed looted.
I think so, yeah.
Spitfire here.
Yeah, I guess I'll take that over the wingman.
Extended heavy mag here.
Actually, I'm gonna commit to what I got. So
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, thank you.
Zero, can you use that level 1?
Here's 4 shield cells. You need them?
I didn't hear what. I don't need the shield cells. What'd you say,
white
Joe?
heavy mag? Can you use that?
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
White
Sorry, a
heavy
what-
mag.
what? Oh, yeah, I could use that.
will-
No way you'd pick it
Yeah,
up, is
that's
there?
why
I'm
I'm
in this
asking, bro.
village with the people over
Why I'm
here.
asking, bro.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you need it too fucking bad. It's stuck over here and you're not, so suck on them apples.
Heavy ammo here.
It's only 1 box of heavy, so it's not that big of a deal.
There you go. There's a blue one.
Oh.
Fuck me, yeah, right?
yeah, thanks for the lock clip. No, thanks.
Take that white clip, shove up your ass.
Watch out.
Oh, I've just froze. Oh, I didn't get booted, yay!
Shield cell here.
Cannot hear the
Does
Joester.
anybody need a blue? You can't hear me?
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Okay,
Now I
yeah, my
can.
game froze.
But I didn't hear anything.
But,
Oh, did you get that purple shotgun
Yeah.
bolt?
here, does anybody need that?
Okay.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Yeah, I need
There you go.
the shizzle.
Oh, the ship just landed.
Oh, someone's getting brought back. Back there. Did you drop
Yeah,
that?
drop the
quick?
right
Oh.
at the end.
Oh, I see it. You wanna
You
go
guys
back
wanna
there?
pot 'em?
Sure, there's a select fire up here.
Sure.
Oh, they're on the balloon. I see somebody on the balloon. They're
Okay,
flying
okay.
towards us.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get him. You made a mistake, bro. He's on top of that shit.
You flew to the wrong place.
Oh, we got right next door.
For a little.
Here he comes.
Shit.
He's coming to
No!
you, Grim. Grim, he's above you.
Oh no.
I guess we went to the wrong place.
They had good positioning on us. Yeah.
Oh, they started doing
one,
that.
one was on that sniper shit.
Shit. That Revenant thing.
Yeah.
can't even like take a picture of this. But yeah, this will be a good enough. This actually sold for $25.
Wanna fly, compadre? Let's fly.
Anybody can do this.
I just hope I don't have to fight with that smiling robot. I'm just kidding. He's fine. Everyone's fine.
It's got the sold sign in front of it, but you can tell what it is.
I don't understand the caption on
That's
it. though.
from Infinity War or Endgame. Iron Man says it to, I think his daughter says it
what?
to him.
Yeah, he could easily make better shit than that.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, like, and somebody paid $25 for it.
Yeah, that's nuts. It's knocking futz. Yeah, that's a pretty. That's what we might call amateur. Fuck. I'm feeling drawn to the slums.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system, just check out over there. Let's go over here.
Sounds like somebody else landed with us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it sounded like.
Oh, then Mickey here with me. Oh, yep.
I got one of these.
Oh,
son of a
they
chestnut.
melted me. Holy shit.
Shit.
They're kicking the door in.
Shit. I'm coming. Hey, you ran in there, Grim.
There's two of them in here. There's two of them.
Oh, yeah, one drop. Jump down the bottom. Oh, he got me.
What the? Oh,
There was another guy, too. I think 2 squads landed with us. Damn, that Iron Man shit was weak. Oh, man.
I mean, like, I could mass produce that. I can make, like, 50 of them in a day. You know what I mean? Like, if I could find people to buy them.
Yeah, that's like... Yeah, that guy should have made prints of it.
Yeah.
The original, you'd sell the original for $26.50. I'll be right back.
I mean, there's, like, a bunch of Simpson art and stuff. Like, some stuff is actually, like, impressive.
Yeah, you can just make templates and paint shit like that real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of like mixing things, like I don't know, like that is like pop culture. You know what I mean, art. It's you know what I mean, like a comic book, video game art. Like I really like the idea of that stuff. But like I probably my most engagement I got on a post was the Rick and Morty Batman cover because it touches two audiences. You know what I mean? Batman fans that remember the comic cover, and Rick and Morty fans, whether they know the Batman comic cover or not, it's still like, oh, it's a cool thing. And that was just done in a sketchbook. Like if I did that on like real paper with like better markers or paint, probably would be much better. But you ever see Into the Spider-Verse?
Who
Did
what?
you see Into the Spider-Verse? Oh,
Come back.
such a good movie.
Like a Spider-Man
movie?
movie? Never even
Yeah,
heard of it.
the Into the Spider-Verse. It just came out like last year or whatever. It's an anime.
Oh, yeah, I saw it on
So
Netflix.
good. It is like
Oh,
yeah,
Oh, it's
top
anime?
top five movies.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I did like it. I didn't think it was. I mean, but that's why we all got different tastes.
Yeah, like,
But I really liked it though.
yeah.
I mean, I just didn't think.
It was,
you
it's
know.
like it's really well put together. It's like a bunch of different animation styles. So
Oh yeah, it's got some very
slapped into
cool art.
one. It's got like super duper cool stuff.
Oh shit.
Longbow and a Mastiff.
There's 2 shirts and a 3X up there.
I can give it his longbow if you want to take that and do the 3x shit zero.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Mastiff,
I'll take
yeah.
it for now.
You said you had a Mastiff
I have
or
a
you need
Mastiff.
Mastiff?
It's got a sweet ass skin on it too,
Oh, you have one.
so you should appreciate that.
Oh yeah, sweet ass skin. I'm not. There's your 1X.
Alright, there's the ammo.
Where's that 3X?
Sniper ammo here.
I think
Oh,
up on the hill, up on the waterfall. Right, Grim? The 3x.
What?
The 3X site.
No, up here. I
Oh,
only
it's in
went in
this-
that one building so far.
Oh, there's
okay,
a
thanks.
sniper clip.
Yeah, top of the steps.
There's a Mastiff
Yeah,
down
I
here.
got
Oh,
it.
damn, you guys had all these buildings. Yeah, shit.
Yeah, he did a building, I did a building. And you
What
did a
about
building.
this one? Was
Not
that
by
one done?
us.
Yeah, I did one. There's like, I don't know. Seems like 4 done or something. I just didn't think it could be done.
Shotgun bolt here.
There you go. Purple bolt.
Yeah, I'll take the purple bowl.
I need a bag.
Me too.
Frag grenade here. Could have some fun with that.
Oh, Grim, do you have any throwables?
Arc Star here.
I got,
Heavy ammo.
I got a grenade.
What do you think is over
Well,
here?
there's a. Okay. You want a frag or an arc star?
Nah, there were 2 frags
I'm
in the
good. I
basement
don't have
of
a bag
that.
yet, so I really
building.
can't carry anything.
Alright.
Ooh,
Yeah, we're
select
like
fire
wasting
on
our time in
power.
that like
And the ring is far.
area. Like this is where all the good loot is.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
If I forgot where we were, I would have just like ran here first. Cause like we're gonna run out of time and like not get all the good loot. And I'm just really gonna be stressed about it the entire game. Boom! Look at this. There's a freaking gold mine up here, man.
Oh my god, give me a bag. Damn, no one was even here. I thought I'd land somewhere different.
Oh,
Sorry,
you
Joe.
ruined my
I'm gonna-
life,
I'll do it
man.
again.
Body shield here. Level 2.
L-Star here.
Like I got a blue
Oh,
bag
there we
and
go.
shit.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Grabbing all the heals.
I'm dropping this longbow if anybody
There's
wants
so
some of
much
that
energy
shit.
up here.
Energy ammo here.
It's like not
Go get that blue shirt, Joe. I found one over here, just so you know.
okay.
I can see that the
The blue shirt disappeared. Oh well. So much energy up here.
Oops.
I just like, feel bad not taking it.
Back in the bin by there, I think.
Oh, okay.
extended light mag here. Level 2.
It's go time.
Oh, here's a blue shirt.
R301 here. Extended light mag.
I got a flatline. If we can find like a hemlock.
Ah,
I would-
fuck. Anybody seen a heavy mag?
I have one on my gun. That's it.
Sweet gear for us.
Not yet.
Shit, the wall's like right
Yeah.
on us. The blue hat this way. Come this way if somebody wants it.
Yeah, I got a blue hat.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Oh, heavy bullets. Oh, and a hemlock. I'm dropping a flatline. Heavy mag.
Level 1. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Fuck, all the way back there. Shit.
Oh, and select fire.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Yeah, I already got one. Thank you, though.
Rapido. Clapping hose.
Oh yeah, we got max run.
Yeah, we should just went to the big. I should have broke off, went to the big place, got all the loot, and then.
Yeah, you know, that place could have had 3 purple shirts though.
What? It like didn't let me catch that, but it didn't do 0. It didn't. And like the center there where I land is like always got good shit. All of this stuff, it's so good. Oh, there's a purple shirt in that building, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Standard stock here. Barrel
Sure.
here. Level 2.
I need, standard stock and
Blue helmet over here.
Where's this balloon at? Over here.
New kill leader. Not for long, pal.
Oh, no, I have optics.
Oh wait, where's the oh shit, the balloon's back? Fuck. I thought
This has
you
been
were
looted.
0. I thought 0 was you. I was running towards 0, not the balloon. Oh shit, there's somebody here.
The Grims are the zeros. Oh
They're on
shit.
the balloon. They
Okay.
are going off that way.
Yeah, they're flying our way.
Hostile spotted.
Oh,
One
really?
landed behind us. One landed behind us.
Well, let's not let them pass.
You shall not pass.
Reloading. Down that one.
They're coming at me.
I got him down.
Killed the last member. Good work, team.
Yeah, bitches. Go ahead and take the shirt. I'll take the cells.
I'm good. I got a purple shirt.
Oh yeah. We're right next to the ring, so we're fine.
Just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
Oh, there's a prowler up there. Do you have a prowler, Drew?
Yeah, I got a prowler
I
select
remember
fire.
there was a select fire, but I wasn't sure if you.
One
Got some
squad from
throwables.
positive.
We're top 10.
Yeah,
Hell
one.
yeah.
Okay. I'm cool on throwables, actually. There's a grenade and arc star here.
301
Want to
in
get towards
here.
that gunfire?
Oh,
or
actually, I'll take the burning stick.
Anybody want it? 301?
Damn it. I'll take it down.
No, I'm good.
New kill leader. Not for long.
Yeah, I'll take it.
No, no.
It's in next to that
301.
sniper mag.
R301 here.
I thought you were talking about the burning stick. I'm like, no, I picked that up, bro. I changed my mind. Remember me saying I changed my mind?
Oh, is that the cage?
Oh, it's popping.
It's go time, bro. It don't matter where we're going. Let's go.
Leave.
Time.
Can't let them rage in the cage.
Rings close. One more minute. Optics here. Close range.
Syringe.
Oh, I will gladly if nobody wants that. Put that on my shit.
Go for it.
Alright, so everybody's got heals, everybody's good on stuff.
45 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could just walk it.
Shit, 40 seconds.
Oh yeah, we're running away from it. Whatever you guys want to do, if you want to. I don't know.
Oh, they're coming this
Oh,
way.
what? That made me jump way
Okay.
too far. Oh, they're running away now.
30 seconds.
They saw me and was like, I don't want no smoke. It's a fast legs is what I saw.
Around to the right. Right there.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
They actually jumped off and shit.
Must go faster.
There's people over there at the cave.
10 seconds. Ring
Oh,
Bad dudes over there.
Oh shit. Maybe they'll chase them if we creep.
I only see that one person. Is there somebody in front of them?
Yeah, I guess we got it in a minute here. I can.
shit, it's moving
when
fast.
we get down here, I
Moving
can.
fast.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, we should def check out that care package.
Taking him out with a decoy.
You hear that fucking noise?
Spotted one.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Somebody got the gay drone. Probably hiding in one of these buildings.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I think that's a blue shirt I see in that building. Maybe
Stock here.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, fucking gay drone. Back again.
Maybe they're over there or something. Yeah, fuck that drone, man.
So those people were popping off up there, so they'll probably. Oh, they're still
Oh,
popping.
I see the drone. Just flew in there. I wonder if that's where he is.
You guys want to rush them? I mean, there's these guys behind us plotting. I don't know what to do exactly. Drone's fucked up.
I wish I was Bloodhound. I don't know.
Are they in there?
I don't know. I don't think so.
We've only got a minute and the ring's right there.
Oh, somebody's taking a
That was
zip.
me. That was me.
Oh, that's okay. Oh shit.
Rings close. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Hell, I guess we can. Where is the next?
These
Okay, hang on.
doors
Throw
are
us a zip.
closed.
Oh, dudes, there's guys up there. There's guys up there.
Rings close.
No.
Up on that
Oh,
ridge.
yeah, they just sent out another. Oh, they're all the way. Yeah.
Heads up, got one here.
Should I shoot the crypto?
Yeah, I think that's probably them. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see he's in his drone.
The ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go. See,
Yeah,
He's
where's
right
he
over
at, Joe?
Oh, the crypto bounced the wrong way. He separated from the squad. Oh, he's back there.
Somebody's down here.
Alright, that's a different squad then, because those two people went up the hill. Oh yeah. Fast guy.
Yeah, let's.
I hit him for like
Oh, shit.
170 damage. Motherfucker.
Enemy down.
Oh, somebody threw a grenade.
Shit.
Guess I'm running out of ideas.
Yeah.
Shit, the wall's coming.
I'm right
Where
here.
you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Just go. No, go to safety. Go to safety. Go to safety.
Okay,
Just
okay.
fall out, Joe. You can make it out. You can... Yeah, I'll get him.
With the decoy. Here to save the day.
Gracias.
nap time's over. Repairing. Using meds.
Gracias.
Hell yeah, that was dope.
Yeah.
1 kill, 1 assistos. 42 positive.
I think this place needs a little more. Yeah.
Oh, shooting from bunker.
Shit. From below us.
We can go around the other side also, so we don't have to run through bunker.
Okay, yeah, we gotta do it kind of quick. I mean, we should go ahead. I mean, good call.
1 minute until close. Ring
Oh, he's fighting somebody. Yeah.
You sucker ass punk bitch.
Yeah, fuck it.
Should feel like a real suck ass punk bitch right now.
How's it feel to be 6 and sucking on your mom's titties?
Another suck ass drone.
You like cutting it close, huh? I dig that.
EMP incoming.
How did that hit me?
Receiving damage.
I'm hit.
Bad news a woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy.
Charging shields.
Using the decoy escape.
10 till ring closes.
Oh yeah, they're up in the gap, shooting a laser gun.
Okay. Hey, we don't have to even. They'll get burnt.
Extended
We need to get to the circle and let them come at us. Maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
Friends.
I'm throwing a grenade to meet them. I ain't going to meet them.
You shall not pass.
No, they might have ran around the other way.
Is that a
Oh, yeah.
Kraber? What the
There's
fuck
people-
was that noise?
Running towards where they would be. From left to right, yeah, they're
Shit.
intercepting them.
Oh, behind us. Oh no, wait, he's right in front of us. What the fuck? I don't
No,
know.
he's in front of us.
Somebody
He's in
just-
front of us.
My bad. That just all of a sudden did all of the damage.
They're right on the other side of this. I mean, they're a little way past this rock.
healing.
Okay, this drone can suck my cock.
Nice.
That dude just ran off.
The ring closes. Charging on my shields.
Yep.
You wanna move in? There's people in that building there.
You want to go wide and try to come in behind him?
I don't.
Yeah, it's
don't
gonna
know where
end
they're
in
all
a
at.
Right
fucking.
here, open here.
There's no cover anywhere. Is the thing. He's almost
Got
dead.
one
There
down.
we go.
I got some bad guys here.
Back like over that hill.
I'm Phoenixing.
Maybe we should focus on the people in the house with the roof, the ones that aren't doing anything.
Yeah, that's what.
This way.
We're at.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go wide and come around. I
Are
don't
they
know.
still there?
Sending out another me. Damn it, good looking.
Does every squad have a crypto?
It seems that way. There's another fucking drone. Where's this drone? at?
Yep.
Nice.
I blew it away.
A blue.
Oh, right over there. Right over there.
Here. I can see that the. Alright, frag out.
Oh, and right here.
I have no throwables. Oh, we gotta move, boys. Ring is closing.
Using the decoy escape.
That guy's shield. Oh shit.
Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking.
Make them
Oh, behind
count.
us.
Oh shit. I don't know where they're at. I don't know where
The
they're at.
last one left, go.
Ah. I was getting sniped from behind
good
us.
try. Yeah, there's too
Yeah.
many people on us.
That sucks, man. I'm here, but like that.
Hey, we're doing good tonight, though.
Damn, I got killed. 2 hits with the wingman for 124. What's that mean? 2 headshots?
Well,
I
it'll
guess,
tell you
right?
if the dots are yellow, then
Yeah,
it's
I
headshot.
Oh, it's a one
What?
headshot, one regular shot.
The dots will tell you how many you were hit. If it's
45.
red, it's a body shot. If it's yellow, it's a headshot.
We have our Apex champions.
Well, the thing was just red, but it said 2 hits.
Okay, yeah. If both hits were red, then they were body
Well,
shots.
I mean-
For how much? 120.
But
124. 124.
it only does 45 shots to 45 to the body or something like that. So I don't know how
Yeah,
it could be.
so it has to be, if it's head and body, maybe the mixture. if that's
Yeah,
red.
one head.
I don't ever
should be
notice
like-
mine ever be yellow.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
No, yeah, they definitely are. I've seen plenty of times.
I mean, it's red,
Yeah.
but just the little
Yeah,
dot is
yeah, the
is
dot that
yellow.
indicates the hits.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. I never noticed that before.
It must do like 80 or something to the head, I guess. If it's 125, because it'd be 45 and 80. So
Yeah.
Why can't I want to re-roll this challenge, but it won't let me. Oh, okay. Now it just. Okay. I tried to re-roll it earlier. It was like do 625 as Watson. I tried to re-roll it, and then we went into a game, and it still was there. So I just tried to re-roll it again. It wouldn't let me. It would pop up. Do you want to re-roll this challenge? Couldn't hit yes. So I tried over and over and over again, and now it just automatically re-rolled, and it says get 2 knockdowns as Octane, which I would have had that done if it would have re-rolled when I wanted it to.
I want to re-roll this shit. Ooh, 2 knockdowns of pistols. I don't know if I might have done the wrong thing there.
I mean, costs 200 to re-roll, or costs 500 to re-roll again, and I mean, the RA45
Yeah, that's
is a
nothing.
pistol. I mean, you can do that,
True.
shite. Just like my British friends say, shite.
You're like cutting in and out.
You're
Joe, when
cutting in
you're
and
talking.
out. Shite.
Yeah, it was a little
You're
glitchy.
glitchy.
Now you sound
Were
normal.
you,
I was doing nothing different.
were you like not by your computer or something?
I think he was entering the Matrix.
I've been sitting in this chair since I got up and got a drink.
Champion.
Catch me if you can.
Catch me if you can.
I'm the jump master.
Duh, I'm the jump master. Let's do airbase. We didn't do airbase yet, did we? I don't think so.
Alright.
We should land
Weird.
there. Looks like fun.
Being fundamentally better sours the taste of victory.
I'm hungry. In case y'all were wondering, world.
I love this part.
Dude, I think that's a hook to a song. I'm hungry.
I feel like you're right.
We got. Oh, that's the decoy.
There's 3 Mirages heading to the crop circle.
Countdown.
Must go faster.
Mozambique on fleek, bitches.
Oh, someone got the party started.
Havoc here.
Sniper stock here. Level 2.
I might want to Havoc instead of on Mozambique.
Oh shit, we
Yeah,
got dudes.
Whole squad. There's a whole squad over there.
I'm coming back.
I scared him with my blue bullets.
Recharging.
Setting up my
Good
decoy.
shit. Good shit.
The whole squad that ran the other way.
Well, they have a gold shield over there,
They
yeah.
running away? You wanna
Oh,
dip?
what's the other way?
They were over there.
One spotted.
Okay.
Bamboozles for the fools and
Bamboozles for fools.
Where'd they go? The people that were shooting that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, right there.
Got an enemy out. Forget I said
Okay.
anything.
Oh, that was a decoy. Shit played me.
Oh, fuck.
They must have been watching it.
Well, it's probably
Yeah,
up top.
they, like,
They're above us.
Made it
They're above
jump
us on
off of that
stairs.
thing.
Bam!
I don't see anybody looking. They probably ran away.
Running out of ideas.
They're above. They're up
And
above
who
us.
I
I hear
shot
them.
was a girl.
Oh, you going up?
And that was a mirage.
Yeah, yeah.
Officer out.
That was a fucking waste.
Broke her shield.
Oh shit! But yeah, there's people were over there.
There.
Oh, Mirage, you thought you were
goddamn, yeah.
fucking slick. I fucking walked.
He ran around the corner. Oh, good
That
try.
Mirage
good
was like a
try.
shell game. He was running at me, I was shooting him. Then he turned into 6 of them. And so I just like kept my eye on the one
Oh.
who was still running the same direction and lit him up.
Oh, you got him. Good shit. Way to go.
Ooh, got the first piece. I need 87 more points to be gold.
Oh, can't you taste this gold?
Yeah, it tastes like depravity and sadness.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. Get pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
Or in the fast lane from some lake to Wraith Hole.
I like it. Took me a minute to process what you said, but I liked it.
This is your dumbass. I won't.
Accessing pop song archives.
Which should go without saying.
Containment? That's different. We also didn't do artillery. You want to do artillery? What do you want to do?
Sounds good. Whatever
Yeah, I
you're
like this
feeling.
place.
Okay.
I'm cool with this.
Non terre plus
Non
ultra.
titty plus ultra. No titties plus ultra equals still no titties. We'll start over here.
Let's go over here.
Go over here.
This way.
Be like a vortex. Suck in any jack-offs that want to be a tough guy and drown them in bullet fire.
We're already in the ring.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Suck those jack-offs and show them
Yeah.
you're a man.
Fuck them jack-offs like a real man. Get your head out of the gutter, you dirtball.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point. Gotta hop. Optics here. Mid-range. Body shield here. Level 2.
Who's making the dragon yell? There's a mastiff.
Not me. Yeah, is somebody around the dragon?
It was me. I was just kidding.
Oh,
Whoops. Yeah.
What were you, Dibs and Grim?
Heavy ammo.
Oh, okay, okay.
Anybody seen a heavy mag or no?
Maybe. What's it worth to you? Said
What?
maybe. What's it worth to you?
Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
I already gave you a mastiff.
I don't have a mastiff. No?
You don't have one? Oh, I pinged it and I said mastiff right here for you.
Yeah, but I don't have it. So therefore, you didn't give me anything.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Yeah, I could use that.
Woo-wee.
Purple nurples.
Sugar.
3 stacks of light.
Light ammo here.
Something good there.
Shut up, dragon.
Yeah, dude, look. It broke
Stop
their
breaking my
fucking pad again.
pad, man.
So I wonder if I do that to other people's.
Yeah, he broke that pad.
Oh, yeah,
Broke
probably
that one
so.
again. But that's yours. I wonder if I do it on the enemies, if it'll break it. That's cool. Maybe that's like a secret thing that like they added in without telling anybody. It's like a silent buff, you know?
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, it's happened like 3 times in a
I mean, I
freaking row.
think you can,
Shit, I guess I'll take that.
like, if you put it under a door, I'm pretty sure it'll break as well.
Shotgun ammo.
So it might just be like he registers as a solid object or something. I don't know.
But it didn't used to do that. I used to send my decoys over jump pads all the time. Somebody just zipped up here. I see the rope shaking.
Okay.
Care package. Sweet. It's go time.
I got another jump pad if you want to jump pad up, and away. Oh, purple.
On the roof, on the roof.
Purple helmet.
Triple take here.
They're dodging around impossibly quick. There's 2 of them up there at least. God damn it.
There's a blue shirt in the building up there.
Go Darkstar.
I fucked myself up.
See the last
I don't know,
one?
there's a lobe up there is what I saw. There's a blue shield in here.
Over here.
I have the banner. Someone's getting his squad back. Here's the end of the day.
Time's over.
My shield has 2 bars in it. Pick it up.
Oh, behind
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Nah, take that height.
You go fuck
Yeah.
yourself too, bitch.
Power squad 5,000.
Damn. Unleash the hammer, man.
America.
It's American shit right there, bro.
Alright, so we got
Fuck yeah.
Zero's thing. Oh, that's his death box. The thing outside is.
Which one?
Yeah.
The third one
I
up
doubt
there?
I'll be able to make it back to it. I mean, I don't really have good guns anyway. Just get what you want.
Extended
Heavy
light mag here.
bullets.
Level 2.
Oh, and health. And Bernie. Alright, and where's this other box at?
3 there.
Oh, in that little hole. Here's the other one.
Getting heavy mag.
Alright, so we're Zero. Pop it.
Shit.
Oh, it's right there. It's in containment. You probably can get it back.
Is there more syringes? Or medkits. I have no medkits and 3 syringes now.
Here's a med kit. I think there's some.
I don't know if I don't think I had
Hey,
any.
I'm gonna
of those.
run. I'm gonna run and get Zero back from containment.
Yeah, I'll come with you. I'll come with you.
Oh, I just heard a
You guys stick
sniper.
together, man.
Should we go across the river to the hillside instead?
Oh, that might be a smart. that might
Yeah,
be the way
over
to do
here.
it.
Yeah, over there might be better. Yeah.
There's a zip line over to the other side. Oh well, yeah, there's a balloon.
I don't know if the balloon's any faster or not.
Yeah, give away our position.
Yeah,
a lot
probably not,
louder and
yeah.
shit.
Shit, they're all around.
There's a scout in here.
G7 scout here.
Where'd I go?
Good shit.
Where's Grim Crypt?
Dude, that's cool that it's. I didn't even notice.
that
Yeah,
people
it's on
throwing shit at
the
us?
stone it is.
Oh yeah, fuck.
They're fighting on
They're
top
also
of the
here
hill.
fighting. Oh shit! Fuck! I didn't know there was a wraith behind me.
Yeah, I'm fucking
It's all
great.
you, Zero.
Where they at? Where they at?
You're the last one left there.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's two.
Oi.
Oi, oi. Oi, super ois, all the ois.
Yeah, you guys want to do one more? It's almost 4.
Yeah. Let's get
Yeah,
a Sol
6.
Gold status.
Yeah, just a good win.
I mean, hopefully this game will do that. Do that.
Yeah, I need math hard. I need 89. Good game here.
One simple win.
89 for gold.
Oh, you got to put that shit in the dishwasher, man. That's tough work. Just joking. Oh shit. I guess your new dishwasher's got like a freaking little soap distribution unit on top and bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's all fancy, right?
That's pretty cool.
So I'm gonna eat something, do some dishes, maybe draw a little bit until I get sleepy.
Eat something, drink something, do some dishes. What?
Yeah, I like it. The dishes, the dishes, the dishes, the dishes, the dishes, the dishes,
Sounds like fun.
the dishes, the dishes, the dishes, the dishes.
Introducing your champion. I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
0 hour is the jump master. Where is he gonna take us to?
Oh man, I've hardly had to jump tonight at all.
And that's why, Zero, you take us to the freaking pit. And you get us killed.
The pit draws me in.
It's like a black hole, man.
Yeah. I love black holes.
And here I thought you were racist.
Blacker the better. Am I right? Am I right?
Oh, we're alone.
Where are all the guns at? 3 bins, no guns. and a blanket, no guns.
There's gun. Got the Wang Mang over there too.
Sniper ammo here.
Oh, Wang Mang, I'll take that over.
Where do you want to go? This way?
Oh, wait, I can't pick it up.
Okay.
Sounds interesting.
Mozambique here.
Oh,
Oh,
Opening fire. Reloading.
Damn.
Fire, friends. Reloading. Taking him out with a decoy.
oh fuck! I got overconfident.
Oh, that grenade's gonna hurt.
Oh no, no, no! You bitch!
Oh, man. Yeah, this is not how I make it to gold, people.
This is not gold material. Lova's hurt a little.
Shit, man.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
so fucking long to come out.
Yeah, I wasn't
Right, I should have started with
wasn't
that.
healing. Wasn't healed all the way.
You guys want to do one more?
Yeah, I'll do
after
one
that?
more.
Yeah, one more.
That was what we call brief.
Shit was brief like some nut huggers. So now I need 101 points.
Just one #1 finish away, maybe even a #2.
He said number 2.
But, yeah. Yeah, no,
Good
yeah.
story.
Can't speak. Come on.
So I need to respawn one more
You
squad.
got
of me.
anybody watching
I
this
need some
stream
more
right now?
damage. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it says there are, but I don't know. I think Monkey might be in
It
Facebook,
lags a bit.
but I don't know if Restream picks up the Facebook chat numbers. So I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't.
Oh, you don't have like Twitch open. You only have Restream open, so it'll stream to everything, and then like without taking up too many
Yeah,
resources.
sort of. I have Twitch open, but not like my channel. I have like the creators dashboard because that has a quick button. It has like some quick buttons to like edit stream info, clip, to rate a channel, to start a watch party, add a string marker, stuff like that. So I keep that open so I can like quickly just hit clip that, and then it just takes from where I hit clip that, goes back. I think it's 30 seconds, and just makes a clip automatically.
Oh, cool.
So
That's the way to
yeah,
do
but
it.
that I have to do that right after something cool happens. So one, I have to remember. Two, if I have to
Right,
heal
right,
up,
30
or if I have to
seconds, yeah.
something. I mean, something's going on. If I had more people in the chat, I could have a moderator do that. That's what like big streamers do.
Yeah.
Or even like medium-sized streamers will be like, "Yo, clip that! Somebody clip that!" And they just go in and go clip, 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 or clip that.
You should just say clip that, even if there's like only one viewer. Like,
It'll make me seem like I'm cool.
it'd be like, yo, moderator, clip that.
We got a Wraith landing in front of us.
Okay.
I gotta.
Oh, afraid you didn't get the shotgun.
Oh, yeah, you got me. 38 to the robot.
Oh, I didn't pick up the heavy gun. There we go.
He's right here.
Coming. I'm almost dead, but I'm coming.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Oh, did
heal
you
up.
get him?
No, no, he's still alive.
Oh! He's in the hallway.
Oh, I'm being shot from behind. I'm being shot from behind. Fuck. Fuck.
Oh, bad luck.
Well, we had bad luck. You want to do one more?
One more, and then this is it. If
sure,
it
that
doesn't pan out for this one, I'm just giving points away.
Yeah. Yeah, like 3. Yeah. 3 quick deaths is like 1 actual game, or even less. So
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just glad I got a kill, so I didn't get smacked back down to gold 4 again. Yeah. Hopefully we won't. Hopefully this will be a win.
Actually, hold on. Okay, I guess I won't hold on. Never mind.
Oh, you can't hold on.
No holding nothing.
So yeah, Joe, on your channel on Twitch, is there like such a thing as like a, I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly. Like, can you only post clips, or can you have like a video for your whole channel that's like a intro video, or is it just pretty much posting clips?
No,
and,
it'll
and your
yeah,
live
it'll
stuff?
play. I have it set up so it'll play the most recent broadcast. So if somebody goes there, it should autoplay. Or maybe it doesn't autoplay. Maybe they took that away. Maybe they have an option to watch it. I forget.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's a good. That's the best. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Mixer autoplays. So you go to like anybody's channel at any time, there's always something playing. And I think I'm gonna switch up and put my efforts towards YouTube. I think streaming on YouTube and making videos for YouTube, because like Twitch, they have an exclusivity deal where like to become an affiliate, to be able to get subscriptions and like get like I can get donations from like a Patreon or PayPal or whatever, but to actually get like their bit currency, I need to be a affiliate or a partner, and in order to be affiliate or partner, you need, there's other things you need, but one of the things is you can only stream to Twitch. Anything made on Twitch can't be played on any other platform for 24 hours.
Is this you guys in
No.
here?
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. What the? Oh, fuck.
I'm being shot from behind now.
There's 2 guys in there.
One down, the other's punching me to death.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you guys were both in the same building.
We weren't. I came over when he was in trouble.
Maybe there's even 3 people on the top. I don't know, cause
God damn it! Oh, he stuck. God damn it! He blocked me. He fucking blocked me from. God damn it! Couldn't kill him. Couldn't get back inside. What a bitch.
Alright, fellas. That was real.
Oh well.
yeah, right.
I've given enough of the points back.
I
Yeah,
usually
good
got
game. So
smoked
we
the
win-
last 3
did we
games. I
win?
think I had enough
Yeah.
for today.
Did we win? Oh, fuck. Fucking
I
ranked.
think we won
down.
3 ranked games, I think.
Yeah, I think we won.
Yeah,
we
3
did.
ranked and 1
We won
non-ranked.
3 ranked
And then you
games,
guys won 1 without me, I think.
And
Good shit.
yeah, so it's overall 5 wins and 4 for a whole squad together. So that's a pretty good day.
Nice. I've only been demoted to gold 4 by 1 point, so take the least positive game to put me back up. Good shit.
Yeah,
Next game we'll have to get a win and bring Joe to gold.
yeah,
4.
I'm 125
Anybody
points
treat.
from gold foe. So, I ranked
Good
up. I think
shit.
I was silver 2 at the start of today. So,
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't. Overall, a good day.
That's pretty good.
Not frustrating. I mean, there was
Yeah.
some frustrating moments, but not like
Yeah,
ripping my
overall
hair
it's
out
good though.
frustrating. So,
Yeah. Alright.
because I need my hair.
Alright. Good night,
Adios,
guys.
fellows. Peace out, Cub Scouts.
Adios.
Make waves, boys.
Waves out.
Hey. See yous.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, Alexa. Stop that. Stop that shit. Cut that shit out. We ain't got time for this. We ain't got time for this. So I want to thank you, all of you, those who came out, each and every single one of you. It really does mean the world to me. Whether it's Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, whether you're here for a minute, 5, 10, or an hour, you being here shows me that you care enough about me or what I'm doing to spend some of your day here, some of your night, some of your time on a Monday during a quarantine in the middle of the night. But I mean, still, whatever, you spend some time. You could have been sleeping or watching Netflix or Hulu or whatever, or Disney Plus, or I mean, one of those cool things, or another streamer. I don't know. So yeah, thank you. Also appreciate all the engagement I get on social medias, especially the Instagrams. That's where I'm most prevalent. But it's Mechanic on all socials except Twitter. It's Mechanic G. And there's another Instagram that's art.mechanic. That's illustrations, paintings, drawings, stuff like that. I'm gonna start making some things out of wood, some digital stuff. That's where all the merch that I'm gonna be pushing for this channel, when it gets created, all the artwork is gonna be there. So yeah, follow me on all the above. That'd be super sweet, super cool. If you're from Facebook and you have a Twitch account, or you want to make a Twitch account, that'd be cool. Yeah, and then it's Mechanic everywhere. So even YouTube, everybody's got a YouTube account. Everybody's got a Google account. Go give me a sub on some YouTubes. That'd be some sweet stuff. You can turn notifications off. You wouldn't even know when I'm going live. Wouldn't bother you, but I'd get some subs. And once I get, I don't know how many subs it is, then I can change it to youtube.com/mechanic instead of like YNBJK4711, whatever, some jumble ass shit. But thank you again. I really, really appreciate it. And Monkey, if you're still here, Callum, you know, you're not Mr. McJiggly Bits. You don't go by Monkey anymore. If you're here, we'll get some ranked games in, or regular games in, or something one day this week. We can set that up. Even if I gotta, whatever, we'll figure it out. I'll play an extra day, or one day I'll just tell them their beat, or whatever.